Gentlemen, believe it or not, it is 10 o'clock, and as it turns out, this being my second time here around, I've never seen a court with quite so much interest shown. And as you can see, we have quite a crowd of people here today, so we're going to try to do everything as expediently and correctly as possible today. We have asked that you take no more than 3 minutes on your topics when we get to that point. And in fact, I may ask you to only take a minute or two if that'll get done, what you have to say, okay? So everybody will have a chance to speak. With that in mind, I will call the meeting to order at 10 o'clock. We will have our opening prayer by Pastor Rosalind Euster from Callisburg Methodist Church. And if you would you? No, you can. If you can project loud enough, you go right ahead, because I'm sure we want to hear what you have to say.
Let us pray. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, I pray for your presence and guidance during this meeting. Satisfy the needs that need to be met and strengthen and guide our commissioners as they are called to make decisions for our community. Lord, we want to lift up those who have lost loved ones, our employees who have lost loved ones. Give them comfort and peace during this time. And for those that are injured, Lord, we just want to pray for a quick and full recovery for them. And Lord, I also pray that this meeting will be a fruitful meeting. Guide them, commissioners, as they go about this meeting, it will be productive, make effective decisions. We ask, Lord, that you grant them the wisdom as they make some tough decisions in this meeting. We see so many people, Lord, so we just want to pray for a special blessing upon this meeting. Help them our commissioners to carefully consider the relevant information that is being gathered and that will be presented. May those sharing information give pertinent points so everyone will hear and understand what they're saying. Help everyone to understand and evaluate the options and then help our commissioners to be unified in making the best possible decisions and effective out. Guide our commissioners in this meeting to the best way to take action to accomplish the goals that come out of this meeting, and help them to tackle all the topics that we did discuss today and all the people that come forward today. Come up with excellent solutions, and that everyone will leave this meeting inspired and hopefully on time, dear Lord. We pray, Lord, that you will unite our dividing nation, and that you will bring peace to Israel. And we pray all of these things in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Amen. Thank you very much. Item number 3 is the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America flag and then to the Texas flag. And I believe it's my turn. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. To the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Okay, public comments on agenda items. Now, most everybody here is here to speak about either the winery, the wedding venue, both, or whatever. I think probably the best course of action would be to wait until we get to that point to go ahead and make those public comments. We do, however, have a couple of people that would like to speak on behalf of, I believe it's the EA. Richard, is that?
Yes, sir.
If you would, please come to the mic and identify yourself.
Judge, is that, it's not on the agenda till budget time, is it?
What's that?
EA, would that be under budget?
This is just a public comment that they want to make.
On a
But it doesn't have an agenda item, is it on the agenda?
What? It's the proposed budget. Yeah.
Okay, so we don't want to hold it till proposed budget? Okay.
My name is Richard Womack, and I'm here to speak on about the election budget in general, but it also involves the EA, the election administrator. We had talked, me and Maggie on, who's wanting to speak as well, we came and talked to Pam Harrison and Brandy Carr and her ladies about the election, upcoming election. Right now, there's some voter roll cleanup that could really need some attention on that, so we brought it to their attention. Maggie will speak that a little bit more than I will, but I just want to encourage you guys, in the days to come, we are going to need an election administrator that will take these elections and make sure that they're done correctly. As we all know, election integrity is up front on everybody's mind these days, and whether you're a Democrat or Republican or whatever, independent, you're going to want a fair election. And right now, there is a lot of focus on that with the larger cities, but as things start happening in the larger cities, it will filter down to us. Right now, we've got 4 people involved in elections on a part-time basis, and they are kind of pulled this way and that way. And the election code is very intense, and we really need somebody to stay focused on that. That's all I've got to say on that subject.
Thank you. I appreciate you keeping that down to bare minimum too, by the way. Yes, I do. Maggie, if you would identify yourself in the mic.
Hello, I am Maggie On from Lake Kiowa, and I'm representing several residents there who are concerned about election integrity, which isn't our discussion today, but election administrator is very important for that process. And I gave all of the commissioners and the county judge a copy last week of some of the things that I've uncovered through True the Vote.
Maggie, let me ask you first of all, is this specifically about an election administrator?
Absolutely. We need, and this is why we need an election administrator.
Okay, then if you would, without any politics, would you please just talk about the EA portion of it?
Through that process, I found many, over 900 people who've moved from this county and are still on the rolls, whether they are suspended, active, or inactive. And I spoke to Brandy, who is handling the registrations, and she pretty much said, you know, we're a little overwhelmed with what's going on with elections because they have a lot of other things that they're doing. So my thought is we really do need an election administrator, desperately.
Okay.
Thank
you for your comments. Item number 6 is the consent agenda, and the consent agenda includes non-controversial and routine items that the court may act on with one single vote. The judge or a commissioner may pull any item from the consent agenda in order that the court discuss and act upon it individually as part of the regular agenda. And we need to pull item number S and take no action on S. That's no longer necessary.
If nobody has anything they'd like to pull, I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda less item S.
We have a motion Commissioner Snubs to approve the consent agenda with the exception of item number S. Second, Commissioner Sicking, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? There are none. The consent agenda with the exception of item S passes 5-0. As to item number S, there will be no action. Item number 7, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the proposal to upgrade the Cooke County radio system to Motorola Phase 2, work to begin October 1st, 2024.
I guess that's mine, Judge.
Yep.
Of course, we've discussed this topic many times. We discussed it during budget. I think there was consensus during budget to move forward with that to benefit all involved parties. We do have representatives from Motorola here if you have any questions. The initial proposal hadn't changed. It's like $636,000 and some change, or maybe some hundreds in there, but $636,000. There's some other things we can talk about, Motorola, if you guys would like to, but due to I suspect it's going to be a lengthy court today. I would make the motion, we start right there and move forward with upgrading our system to Phase 2.
Anybody have any comments on item number 7?
So are we going to 4 channels or 6?
That's 4,
4. If we went to
That's it.
6, how much would it be?
300,000 more.
300,000.
And I don't have a problem with that. I think, though, that we've got to stagger it. I just don't think we'll do it right now.
Yeah. Is it something we can come back if we run into a problem? Is it something that's simple for them to do?
Well, it's adding, the reason it's 300,000, you got to go back and add repeaters at every station.
Right. Okay.
So it's very doable, it's expandable. We asked them to do a capacity study. I'm going to give you the dumb old country boy version. And like I said, y'all, they're here. They can talk to this directly. But our capacity with just the sheriff's office and EMS is not an issue, hasn't been an issue based on their study, and you guys don't let me misspeak. So we haven't fully utilized what we have, and by doubling that, and especially with that allowing a talk path for the volunteer fire with both the sheriff's office and the PD, that's going to give them 2 talk paths. Did I synopsize that correctly?
Wait and see if they chime in. I mean, I have to see.
They got questions.
But they can add.
They can add to it. If we went to the 6 later, how much time would it take? We're realizing we're having a problem. Could it be done in 6 months?
So, just back to your comment you had earlier.
Hang on, Wesley. I'm sorry. Would you step up here and identify yourself?
The
So,
lighting system that y'all have at every site right now is capable and built out for 6 channels.
Okay.
So it's just a matter of coming back and adding the base station and frequency allocation for the additional channels as well. So the system was built and designed for expansion, even though you currently only have 3.
Right.
You've got additional slots already built out. You just have to have the hardware in, of course, the software licensing for the sites up to Denton.
So to do that hardware and software site deal, will it take as long as it is to do this, or is it a couple months to do it if we
Yeah,
approve
it's
it?
just, I mean, it's the majority of it's software upgrades. So no, it's not a big deal to come in and implement if you decide to add a channel later. Most of the hardware, 80% of the hardware is already there.
Okay.
In place. It's just a matter of adding the RF base station at all 4 sites.
Right.
Whether you're doing 1 or 2, it just depends on how many channels you're going to have.
Wesley, don't we have capacity to actually add 3?
Somewhat now?
Don't we actually have the capacity to add 3 channels
Yes.
more?
Yeah. You're on 3, you have the capacity to add 3 additional channels the way you're built out today.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Our dog houses are well accommodated. Everything at the towers accommodate 3 more.
Yeah.
Wesley Short. Did you hear me, Michelle? Short, S-H-O-R-T.
Yeah,
well, your concern is if we have enough train tracks.
right.
So has that study been done?
That's the study I was telling you about.
Okay, but it has been done?
It has been
Okay.
done. And like I said, not only are we allowing train tracks on ours, Gainesville PD's, if they're going to allow us a train track there, we're talking about train tracks versus talk paths.
Right. I'll second it.
So you had the original motion?
I made the motion, yes.
Okay, the original motion to upgrade the Cooke County radio system to Motorola Phase 2, beginning the 1st of October. Commissioner Hollowell, second by Commissioner Arndt. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none.
Can we make the statement that the funds, I mean, we're moving funds that we had set aside for
Way
the
station.
way station on the highway that hasn't come in 3 years to fund this, so we're not,
Breaking the bank.
we're not breaking the bank to do this, which it's a very needed upgrade. We're not having to go to the taxpayer to get it, not all of it.
Good comment. All right, item number
Did we
7.
Did we vote?
Yes.
Yes, we did. Item number 7 passed 5-0.
We
Yep.
didn't. Did we vote?
Okay, all right, how many are in favor of, you heard us vote? All right. Any opposed? All right, we voted.
All right. Old H is
We
sitting
did
in.
vote, by the way. Okay.
You don't see me beating my drum.
Right before the announcement that it passed 5-0 was when Jason, we had already voted.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Then Jason asked to.
We've talked about this subject so much, it just buzzing around my head, and I can't keep up with it.
Oh, well, just wait. All right, item number 8. Deliberate and consider possible action regarding request by Frederick P. Cummings for specific use airspace for a new wine production facility at Edge of the Lake Vineyard located at 920 County Road 231. I want, first of all, to make sure that people understand there's really 2 different agenda items here. This one is the winery and the production only. Now, we have had a couple of people sign up strictly for the winery. And if you would like to come up to the mic and make your comments strictly about the winery, you may do so at this time. And not about the combined winery, venue, etc.
Good morning. I'll go first. My name is Laura McMullen, McMullen. And I want to start off, I'll go quick. Agribusiness is defined as the sum total of all operations involved in manufacture, distribution of farm supplies, production operations on the farm, storage, processing, distribution of farm commodities made from them. And just to be clear, this is the farm commodity that was grown by Edge of the Lake. This is an agricultural product, whether it's accepted by a wide variety of people or not. This is agriculture. Aren't they beautiful? I don't know what varietal this is. Grenache, one of my favorites. All right, and so to get from that to this, which is an award-winning wine by Edge of the Lake. They've won hundreds of awards. You have to have production. You have to have employees, and you have to have a facility to make this, which is the consumer product. They have the right, granted to them by the Department of Agriculture in the state of Texas, to have any facility that they need fit to make this wine. It's simple supply and demand. Most of us learned that in economics in 8th grade. Depending on where you went to school, it might have been 9th or 10th grade, but we all learned that. And when supply meets demand, there's success and prosperity. Right now, Edge of the Lake cannot keep up with their demand. That's a sign of growth. It's amazing, but they are asking to increase their production from a 3-car garage to a facility that is 4,000 square feet larger than an existing barn on their property. That was the unknown. Now it is known. There's no other winery in this county that has undergone such fire and turmoil, and I really don't understand that based on the rights from the state, and it really doesn't matter what any of us think because they do have that right to produce this product from their agricultural product. And my thoughts and prayers are with the Haverkamp family. Thank you.
Was there anybody else that wished to speak on the winery specifically? If not, I will entertain a motion. Oh. Identify yourself.
My name is Julie Stanley, and I live on County Road 231. I'm not opposed to the request for a bigger production facility. My concerns are the size of the facility that they want to build and the number of concrete parking spaces. Other wineries in the area and in the Munster and St. Joe area, they produce their product in a much smaller facility. They do it quite well. So it's just questioning, although I think they've stated that they want to expand to bigger markets, and that's the reason behind it. But these other facilities and wineries and tasting rooms in this area all have gravel parking areas. All of them do. I've visited a lot of them. The exception is Firelight because their tasting room is located on the square in Valley View. So of course they're going to have concrete there. In my opinion, concrete belongs in town and not out in the country, because when you have concrete and a large amount of it like that, it just increases the amount of runoff. I mean, it's just, that's just what it is. As for their agricultural rights, to be able to harvest their crop and produce their product for sale/consumption, they are allowed a facility to do so, and they currently have one. So their rights are not being infringed upon in order to produce their product. Do they need a bigger facility? Yes. But I don't understand the reason for the size of the one that they want and the amount of concrete that's going to be poured in this area that I live in. So that's all.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else? Winery only.
I'm Diane Staley. I live on Lone Oak Road. I think this family should be very happy with what they have done. They should be happy with the grapes, producing their wine, have a tasting room, and let people come. This would be fair to both parties. We need to all get along and be serious about positive planning in this area. All of that is okay. It is not okay to go from 45 parking places to 250 parking places. Laura just stated a while ago that they can't keep up with their business. Every 30 minutes they've got business. This is a huge, huge impact on these residents that live on County Road 231. It is infringing upon their welfare. It's infringing upon their safety. There cannot be that kind of traffic on County Road 231 from either direction, from 922 or from Lone Oak Road. This winery needs to be as it is now. They're producing grapes in the 3-car garage, which is perfect. They talk about adding only 4,000 feet to the existing barn. This will probably be 14,000 square feet and a lot of concrete. This is not compatible. It is not a fit. I would like to see us work together, help them with their business, but let's do this in the right way. If they had an excellent marketing director, they could do a lot of things with this winery. I've been in that business with Spirit of the West, Lantana Lodge, and La Cantera. And I know about that business, and I know what they can do with what they have now. So let's don't impact the residents on County Road 231. This needs to stop, and it needs to stop now.
Thank you. Debbie?
Good morning. My name's Debbie Strebig, and I just wanted to say that I live across from Julie and the winery and everything, and I completely agree with what Julie's concerns are. We're all concerned about the size. We're concerned about the concrete. We don't believe that belongs in an agricultural area. There's no problem with the production facility in the winery, vines and all that. That's agriculture. It's supposed to be that way it is. But I think there has to be some conditions put on this building. I would like to see a condition on it to make it smaller so it's conducive to the area, conducive to the size of the tasting room. And I'm very concerned about the concrete. I don't think we should have concrete parking lots in ag-zoned area. It takes the ground out of agricultural, and that's what agricultural is the ground. And that's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
No. Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
Bill Everett. I got out here in 1987, and I know all about Grapevine, Lake Louisville, Ray Roberts, and Texoma. So what I understand about this winery is that when they acquired it, and I guess Chris, being the stepson of the doctor, they acquired the property, and they were told at that point in time that they could continue the vineyard, its current production, wherever that little production facility is on their property.
Let me ask you this. Is any of this factual? Do you have any proof of what you're saying right now?
I'm pretty sure that's exactly what they were told. That they could not continue, they could not expand into commercial production at that point in time. And so I'm just,
for a fact.
So I heard. So I was out there, I saw their facility. It's a beautiful area. They've got a beautiful home. They've got a nice business. I'm sure they're making profit. I went online, I saw their pictures. But why we're here voting on whether or not they can expand that and ruin the landscape of Ray Roberts is just beyond me. So I hope you deny this future expansion and we can put this to bed, because this just shouldn't be happening.
Thank you. Oh. Ladies first.
No, I just need to hear.
You're, okay.
I'm Chris McIntosh. I am Dr. Cummings' son, not his stepson, by the way. The only thing I really wanted to address was the issue of concrete. Nowhere in any of our proposals have we said that the parking lot was going to be concrete. That has never come out of our mouth. Obviously, the building has to be put on concrete, but we don't have any intention of putting in concrete parking lot. So I just wanted to correct that, whether it has concrete curbs or otherwise to keep things in and that'll all be addressed with drainage studies and things like that to make sure we're having little to no impact on the drainage of the property. But that's pretty much the only thing. I just wanted to cover the facts there, that there's no proposal to pour concrete parking, never has been. That's just things, and it's not 250 parking spaces. I believe it's 175 on the drawing there. So, okay? All right.
You said 75 is,
I think it's 175 total. Some of that's for employees, some of that's being for buses or whatever that may come in.
for both facilities? For the new facility and the existing house?
Yeah, for the existing tasting room and the production facility, the barn area, all of that.
Okay, anybody else for winery only?
Good morning. I've been here before, and I'm glad to be back. My name is Kim Ross. I live in Valley View on FM 372, and I would like to say that I'm speaking for a lot of my neighbors that have attended previous meetings at the Little Baptist Church that has been overflowing capacity out the door, out the sidewalk, because there was just not enough room for everybody to come in and comment. And I can tell you that the high majority of all those people were against this project. So I have a problem with the site plan, and I know that's been talked a lot about. But the site plan that we see now still, that's the latest, it's dated 8/2/2024, is labeled preliminary, not for regulatory approval, permitting, or construction. And then in another corner, it says overall site concept plan for reference. So that's for reference. That's not giving us any numbers or the things that we would need to be able to make a decision about whether that's an appropriate project for that area. Now, my other thing that I've been thinking about, and I live 5 minutes from this area, and I travel back I-35 all the time, up and back. And as everybody knows, there's so much new construction going on in our areas that traffic has just become unthinkable. 10 years ago, I would not have believed it could be possible. But what's happened now, and thinking about the traffic coming in and out of this venue, nobody's talked about the road, or they've talked about the road, but there's no solution for that little dirt road that goes in and out. What are they going to do when the concrete trucks go in and out just to pour the little bit of concrete that you're talking about for the buildings, however much that is? My husband's in the concrete business. I mean, they know what the damage that those trucks do. And then what's going to happen every time there's an event and a large number of cars are going in and out? What happens to the traffic on Lone Oak? We're going to need some left turn, right turn lanes just to accommodate the traffic. And how expensive is that? The county can't afford to upgrade the little road that goes into the venue. How are you going to afford improvements on Lone Oak Road? Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, once again, this is winery only, okay? So, anybody else winery?
Hi, my name is Jacob Scoggins. I'm the architect helping Edge of the Lake. So I'm here to answer any questions that we may have. I know there's some concerns about gravel, concrete, that sort of thing. During the zoning commission meeting, some of the things that came up were first responder access. And so on the latest site plan that I showed, some concrete was shown for the purpose of that. We're happy to do whatever anybody wants us to do. Gravel's cheaper, so we prefer to do gravel, to be quite honest with you. So no objection there. We're going to do whatever the county asks of us. To speak to some of the process, I did update that drawing. I did have the preliminary stamp. That's something that the architecture board asks of us to do. It's explicit language. We updated it with a sealed set. I believe y'all have that now. So as part of the process, there's after this special use permit, there's an entire separate process for a development permit where we come with a full set of documents to the commissioner, to the county judge. So that one sheet will go to 200 sheets, large sets, really quick after we get approval to do this. So this isn't the end of the road for us. We're here to do whatever we need to make this project a success. To speak to the building size, we're working with a specialty consultant that does winery and alcohol design. They did the TX whiskey distillery as well. And the configuration of the existing building is very taxing on the edge of the lake. When I call Chris sometimes when we're talking through things, he's just out of breath, worn out, moving equipment around from production to agriculture to that sort of thing. So this would sort of bifurcate that and to allow him to at least get some rest is literally what it is. So the building isn't necessarily some drastic departure. It's just something we're trying to do that would be more conducive with a production facility versus something that was inherited on the site. So anyway, here to answer any questions you have. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, sir. You were headed that way.
Yes, sir. My name is Kevin Norris, and I live across the road from the winery. My concern is the 175 parking spaces for this supposedly 14,000 square foot building. And I don't know what they're referring to as far as the barn, but that barn is probably about maybe 2,000 feet, if that. And why would they need 175? Well, I feel like they're going to use this facility for other things other than bottling wine. So, thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
I know we're trying to be brief. I'm McLean Robinson. I live at 1257 231. And I love their vineyard. And I love my neighborhood. And I feel very conflicted. I feel like I want to support their business, but not in a way that harms my neighbors, my property value, our water. This is not my expertise at all. I can only go on what I'm being told. And so I kind of look to you guys as the way to have the facts, the actual facts, and not tied up in emotions. I want to know that my well is going to continue to provide for my family in a reasonable way that's not impacted by them just trying to follow their spirit and fulfill their dreams of what they want their property to be. I don't get to dictate what my neighbors do on their land. That's kind of why we live out there. But I also don't want us to be harming each other. I am worried about the traffic. I'm worried about the road. That's something that none of us really have much control over, paving it or not. I know that Lone Oak is a TxDOT issue, but 231, when you come from Lone Oak, there's flooding right there. There's not a lot of room to give. People's properties are right there. And having them be successful does impact all of us. So I would just ask you all to keep all of our best interests at heart when you're making these decisions.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, that concludes the public comment portion of item number 8. Item number 8, deliberate and consider possible action regarding a request for the specific use permit for a new wine production facility at edge of the lake vineyard. Once again, this was vineyard only. Do I hear a motion?
I want to talk before a motion.
Okay, go right ahead.
So, at the last meeting, we had a crowd as well. I will admit that morning, well, you know, every day I get tripped up on something new because our regulations and the state regulations are so vague and left up to interpretation and opinion. and commissioners don't deal with zoning, so bear with me on that. I called the agricultural commissioner afterwards because I was running it as an ag venture, but then I got confused and the whole court got confused on where ag and ag commercial stopped, is the way a lawyer put it to me. But after talking to Sid Miller, our Texas Agriculture Commissioner, personally on the phone, he explained that from the federal level down to the county level, wineries that have vines on them are an ag business. And from the vines being planted in the ground all the way up through the however they sell it commercially is all under that ag business. He used a terrible example, and I'm just going to say this because it's a broad spectrum, please don't do this. He said the people, as long as they grow their own grapes and produce that wine on their property, if they want to throw the bottles out of a Ferris wheel to their customers, all of that is ag business. From production, growth, production, advertising, promotion, and then the final retail or commercial sale of that grape. Now, the flip side of that is if it's a business that doesn't have the vines on the property, totally different scenario. That's a commercial business that would be treated differently under our regulations. But since it's an ag business, you know, our rules are wrong. We have it where wineries are permitted through specific use permits, but we're probably going to have to, there's no probably to it, we're going to have to adjust that. The Grayson County P&Z and Denton County P&Z doesn't even list wineries because they're not under their special use, it's under ag. So with that being said, okay, so then there's another thing. So the confusion on the site plan last meeting was whether or not to have a site plan. We had a site plan, it was very basic, but agricultural businesses do not require site plans. You can build as big a horse barn as you want, and we have horse barns that are 10 times the size of this building in the P&Z, and there's nothing that can be said about it. So I hadn't pressed the site plan very much because it says clearly agricultural businesses are exempted from our site plan regulations. But since we are still operating this one under a specific use permit at this point, it does require a site plan. And this site plan shows us everything that we needed to move forward with this. And I know that there is objections to size. We don't have anything in our regulations that say what size is acceptable, what size is unacceptable. Those are all opinions. I don't have any grounds for us to make any decisions based on size. Another big concern is the runoff, and we will be requiring a property study for the drainage and a property neighbor impact study. All of that will have to be approved before we will allow them to build. And we do have the right to hold septic permits until all of those obligations are met. And there's two other things the P&Z wanted on there. And I've got so many notes, I don't know if I'll find it at this point. But one thing that I when I make my motion, I do want to put the stipulation on this building that it is not used as a rental event center, because that's been the big holdup. I have tons of letters for the the winery expansion, and then they just said, they don't want. Their concern is that building morphed into something else. Every meeting that I've been in over the past 3 months about this thing and up to a year, I've been dealing with this for a year. It's been that's been the concern is the morph. So I think Chris can understand that if we say that it's not an event center, it's for your wine production. The tours and all of that stuff that goes along with that, of course, is okay.
Do we have the right do we have the right to put a stipulation on there like that? According to what I've read, it's agriculture, like I said, they can throw it off the parapet.
I understand that, but I feel like that does morph it. It does change the operation. And I know Sid said that all of these things are included in it.
But
I want y'all's input on that.
The drainage study and stuff, is that a requirement or is that a feeling? I don't want to do something based on how we feel. I want to follow the rules.
So we do have the right in our regulations to make sure that the drainage and everything is good. Mr. McIntosh has, he's agreed to that, and he said it even has to do with loans and banking and all that stuff. So, he needs to do that to keep from getting sued anyways,
He don't want to flood his property.
He's not going to want. We're not going to flood his property. He's not going to flood his neighbor's product because he's setting himself up for even more heartache down the road. But you're right. That could be that's a little bit of a gray area on that. But I feel like that does morph the property if it is being used for something that is against our rules. I think.
But
is it?
But it's a civil issue. If he floods out all the neighbors, it's a civil issue anyway.
I was just talking about him. You were talking about the
drainage issue. That's yes, it needs to be studied on that. But as far as us trying to mandate what the building can be used for, I really don't think anybody in here wants the county to start telling you what to do on your property. I don't want nobody telling me what to do.
Well,
it's.
let me ask this question here. If that winery became an event center, would that then require a special use permit? It's no longer just ag. It's what
if he turned it into a rental facility, I think that's a whole different issue. I don't think that's the intent. We can take this theory out to.
Yeah,
but
that's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's been a concern of the people that I've spoken with on a regular basis. Is it's morphing into something.
But we got grounds for that.
Yes.
And that creates
And
a whole
that's true,
different animal.
I'm just
and a whole different meeting.
I'm just stating that because that's a concern, and I felt like it's important to address that concern. And I do like the fact, and I can't believe we hadn't talked about it, whether the parking lot was going to be concrete or not, or pea gravelled or whatever. I do like the fact that it wouldn't be concrete, but that's something that we don't have the power to regulate either. The parking. So I spent all weekend reading everybody else's rules just to make sure, that we're in line. And our rules are much better than the surrounding counties. But then they have high-powered legal teams in Denton County with a population of 850,000 that theirs went into some depths on other things. As far as parking, there's nothing in our rules that state what we can say to do with parking. The other counties that have the same zoning on the lake, they only have minimum parking sizes. They don't have, or minimum spaces. They don't talk about maximum. And I get the concern that it's going to be so big, but all of these things are opinions and feelings, and our job as a court is not to make our decisions based on opinions and feelings. We have to base it on the facts and the rules. So, I have expressed, me being a business owner, for example, City of Gainesville, you can't park on grass or gravel or anything. They require you to have parking. So I think it's good that they're going to actually have designated parking now, because it's instead of parking in the grass and the mud. Any other things? One of the things we brought up, the traffic on the road for this particular project. It's, they hope that it grows. I hope that it does grow, but the traffic's already there. It's coming in and out now. They have expressed the willingness to pave the road or assist in paving the road as I do for other residents. But that's been declined by the neighbors closest. I think that would still be on the table in the future. Lone Oak Road is TxDOT. If Lone Oak Road if TxDOT sees an issue, they're gonna come in and fix it. That has no impact on local taxes. That's not gonna impact us. Trying to think of anything else, you know, with the rules that we have in place right now and everything that I've learned about the ag business, and then with our special use permit, you know, I make a motion that we approve the expansion of the winery to allow this production facility as this site plan shows.
Commissioner Snuggs makes...
Pending approval on the drainage with our county engineers, and just with the, like Gary said, it's a completely different statement if he does turn it into a rental event center, but, you know, with those
I wouldn't add that
understandings.
stipulation though, because it's gonna fall under a
Yeah,
total different.
I'm not gonna put that stipulation in because it would violate the rules, and we can address that as it goes. So that's mine.
Judge, we're in deliberation, we've had comments, and it's probably not popular.
Vote on this, I think others wanted to speak.
I think I gave everybody a chance to speak on this, and I'm gonna have to go with that because I repeated more than...
Is it possible that a few of us, if you want to say anything?
Judge, now we got them going back and forth between each
Well,
other.
are you talking about the wedding venues coming up?
This is the winery.
This is the winery only, okay?
And what I've explained, I've explained that these rules on the winery come down from the state, so that's my motion. We approve this with the basis on the
I don't think
drainage
you have to add
approval.
that on
No,
there.
the drainage approval.
Drainage.
Just go with the original.
Yeah, what I said first.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Snuggs to approve the special use permit for a new wine production facility at Edge of the Lake Vineyard. Period. I think is all we have to do on this. Do I hear a second? Second. Commissioner Sicking. Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Item number 8 passes 5-0, which brings us to item number 9. We're going to open a public hearing at this time in the request by Frederick P. Cummings for a special use permit for a wedding venue at the Edge of the Lake venue located at 920 County Road 231, Valley View. And we will open that public hearing at 10:52. And we have several people signed up to speak to that. Who would go first?
It's up to you.
No, it's not either. Please identify yourself and...
My name's Richard Day. I have about 1,000-foot of fence line that adjoins the dock's property. My question is, what does a wedding venue have to do with ag? Nothing. It's just another building, okay? As far as size, it's going to be a big footprint. Before it became the winery and Jack Martin owned it, it was a pig farm. We got our property in '95. Jack was still raising pigs on it. The EPA shut him down because of his runoff and environmental impact into the lake. So Jack sold to Doc in pieces. So how much environmental impact is it going to be? I mean,
This is just a comment
okay,
period right here.
all right, I'm sorry. All right, in the traffic department, you're going to have 250, 300 cars coming down the road after an event. Last week, they had a serious wreck at Lone Oak and 231. I don't know if anybody was killed. I didn't see. There was 2 troopers, 2 ambulances, and 2 little kids standing on the side of the road. We've lost multiple animals because of the traffic on 231. there's a 16-point buck over at Johnson Branch that totaled a Chrysler 300, right there in the curve at 231. But my main question is, what does a wedding venue have to do with ag?
I think we addressed that actually in the previous, when we.
That's what I was
mentioned-
trying to
Yes, we
hear.
did.
I couldn't hear.
Okay, so the wedding venue is not ag.
The wedding venue is
We-
not ag.
We mentioned that in the
Okay.
previous
All right.
topic, when we said that the winery was ag and the wedding venue was a whole different
And
subject.
I'll address it for everybody so that everybody understands this portion. So in our rules, there are businesses and uses of land that are not permitted by any means, and there are uses of the land that are permitted by special use permit. And event centers are permitted by special use permit on agricultural land, and it doesn't even change the zoning. It just, that land can be used for that specific use. And it has been done in multiple times over the P&Z over the last 25
Okay.
years. So that just so you understand, it's not an ag business, so
I
it's a
understand.
commercial business.
Next question. When we bought our property, we got a copy of the Planning and Zoning Commission's rules and regulations of what we could and couldn't do. Had to be 10 acres or more. If we wanted to open a commercial or similar business in that area, we had to go to our neighbors and ask if they were okay with it. Is that rule still in the books?
That's not a rule.
Okay.
It's not a P&Z rule.
The other question was, they were formed to keep the density of the area down, so not to affect the people that were already there. So if you allow that much more traffic on 231, 250, 300 cars, how's that going to affect my property, the property that, or the people that just bought my mom's property, or the person that owns my brother's property that surround me?
That's one of the things that we have to decide. That's where there are some things to guide, but you know, it's all. There's a lot of things left up to interpretation, and a lot of it boils down to, you know, having to contend with like the opinions of the neighboring people. And I understand. I'm on the ground. I've talked about it, so I'm blue in the face listening to everybody, and I understand. So that's what we're here to listen to.
I'm sorry, I'm going longer than I said. Okay, specific use permit has, you can put limitations on to what they can do, correct?
To a degree.
To a degree, I understand. I don't want people telling me what I can do on my 23 acres either, just like the dock. Helium blooms. What's between this event venue, southern Oklahoma, cattle ranches? What do helium balloons do? They go up, they come down. Where did anybody know? I picked up 2 or 3 out of my pasture to keep the horses and cows from getting them. Fireworks. We all know it's dry around here. What's in between? Pasture. Nothing. So there's 2 considerations for specific use limitations. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
That's not a zoning issue.
It's not a zoning issue, but just so you'll know, I also raised cattle in that very same area for 20 years, and I constantly picked up all sorts of debris out of my pastures that had nothing to do with winery or special event or anything.
Event venue.
That's right.
That's it. Winery can, that's the ag business. I've known that since it started.
And also, as far as fireworks and that sort of thing, we do have, in fact, we're going to talk about that later today, aren't we? We do have burn bans, which would preclude any for those of you who would feel uncomfortable about fireworks and things like that, burn bans would preclude the use of fireworks in the county as far as that goes. So that's not a consideration at this time, anyway.
Okay.
Got 6 minutes, Judge.
If
on
they
that.
do it,
I'm gonna have to cut you off at that point. I'm sure whatever you're gonna say is gonna get covered anyway, so. Okay, is Adam here?
I haven't seen him.
I have not seen Adam Zimmer. All right. Shame on him. All right. Evelyn Norris.
I'm Evelyn Norris. This is about the wedding event center voted down.
Can you speak up just a little bit? Are you getting this?
Okay. The wedding event center voted down originally and meeting a year ago, then again by Planning and Zoning Committee is strictly a commercial, but now you guys are telling us that you can decide if it's commercial or not. Building, and it has no place on County Road 231. This is not even remotely connected to ag, but you say now it is. Listen to your planning and zoning members, which I have done. Communicators, court picked up, and then follow led. Vote no. You guys, I mean, how much do they have to put on their property to make this work for them? I mean, they have the winery, they have their tasting room, now they added additional room to the tasting room, and they're gonna have a bottling center, and they want a wedding venue also. Well, what they're doing may be increasing their livelihood, but when it comes time for me to sell my property, they have now decreased the value of my property. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Ron Carter.
I live on County Road 231 across from the property that we're discussing here. Thank you for hearing me out. A great deal of time and research has gone on the last 2 years, but because we're limited on time, we'll be getting a condensed version. There's many concerns and issues about the development. For one, the 225 spaces is going to take up approximately 4,000 square foot of concrete. The wedding venue, as discussed, is a commercial building proposing to be a commercial operation and does not belong on the lake. As a neighbor of the community, the county has an obligation to make sure that all zoning rules and regulations are followed as clearly defined, and they are seen by the neighbors and the Planning and Zoning Commission within ample time prior to their meeting. This includes an actual site plan that shows the dimensions of the building, operational requirements, and the drainage. The existing rules and regulations for Lake Ray Roberts were written to protect the lake area and shoreline, its agricultural use, and the health, safety, and general welfare of the residents in the area. This project will expose residents to additional excessive water runoff and further increase related hardships they are currently dealing with. The rules and regulations written for Lake Ray Roberts were done so to protect the lake's environment and the area residents. This project does not comply with those regulations, and violations of such are of a deep concern to the residents in the area. This is a commercial project and does not belong on the lake.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Kenzie Barthold.
I have informational packets for you guys.
my name is Mackenzie Barthold, and I'm a local wedding coordinator and planner, where a new wedding business would positively impact my business. However, I'm here to speak in opposition for the proposed venue. To give an additional context and background, between myself and my husband, we have a combined 500 weddings under our belt. So we are very well versed in what happens and takes place at a venue on wedding day with guests and vendors. And to start, I'm going to strictly look at what's clearly laid out in those P&Z regulations that govern this special use permit. You'll find the special use permit regulations on pages 1 and 2 of your packet you provided and also highlighted. The entire reason they have to ask for this special use permit is because, as laid out in page 1 on your packet in section 8.08A, this proposed venue must, quote, may adverse affect or intensely dominate the area. I think we can all agree this 20,000 square foot venue will impact and adversely affect and dominate the area. Excuse me. This leads directly into section 8.08.c, where the governing body shall determine that such uses are harmonious and adaptable to the building structures and uses of abutting property and the property in the vicinity of the premises. For those unaware, the legal wording of shall is a legal directive, meaning you must, you have to, you will. You shall do something. Again, how could a reasonable and prudent person find that a 20,000 square foot venue in this area be harmonious and adaptable to the homes of taxpayers surrounding it? Here you're able to determine, based on those factors laid out in section 8.08.c1, G, and H on pages 2 of your packets, that when the drawings provided previously had not proposed the height or accurate to-scale drawings. In according with section 8.08.c.1, another factor that this court shall consider is section E, safety from fire hazard measures and measures for fire control. Well, I know in their support documentation they have presented their fire suppression system. Those affiliated with this proposed venue have a track record of violating this direct order, which is issued by this very court. In your packet on pages 3 and 4, you will find the issue ordered by this very court on October 6, 2022, as well as documentation on pages 5, 6, and 7 of all the numerous government officials that had communicated such order to those involved with this project, which include the Cooke County Fire Marshal, the Valley View Police Department, and the Fire Department Chief of Valley View. However, you will also find documentation on pages 8 and 9 of those involved defiantly going against this order and lying to customers, vendors, and guests about having special permission to violate the burn ban set forth by this court. These actions demonstrate violation of section 8.08.c.e and are therefore in no good faith or duty of care to the neighbors, local community, lives, livelihoods, property, animals, houses, and wildlife that are around this proposed venue. And I find that the fire suppression system being a moot point, as they may need to use it as a result of their own negligence. In continuation with the track record of noncompliance with regulations, I know that they have mentioned planting trees. However, they are being asked to do that as the landowner was issued a cease and desist by the Corps of Engineers for removing said trees, and a fine was issued as well. In your packets on page 11, you will find before and after photos of the trees that were cleared and removed, as well as the email communication on page 12 of the packet with the Corps of Engineers confirming that no permission was given or granted. Another example of noncompliance to add to the growing track record was a special use permit granted to the Edge of the Lake Winery by this court on March 25th of 2004, where the winery has publicly posted dinners, which is in direct violation of their approved special use permit, which does not allow.
That's your 3 minutes.
Okay, 3. Again, you will see, just to kind of in conclusion, you will see that. Can I make one last point and wrap it up for you? So I understand the allure of the property taxes or potential income to the county. However, the only tax you will get is the property tax value from this, since by tax regulation, wedding venues are exempt from sales tax. Most vendors, after working 500 weddings, there are definitely a handful of great local vendors, but the majority are from your Dallas-Fort Worth area. And when you look at the cost of chip seal for CR 231, it's $80,000 for a mile, I believe, based on what you guys have said in past commissioners' court meetings. By my math, you're looking at 11,700 cars, not including vendors, guests, and employees, going down CR 231 in just a single year. So that is a significant impact to the county, not only from an infrastructure, but also a cost to maintain that road. So, thank you.
Now, See what happens when you shame somebody, they they show up. Adam, would you come forward, please?
I'd like to make my apologies to the court for being late. Exigent family circumstances this morning kept me away.
Cut you down to 2 minutes. You lost a minute.
That's fine. As a representative of the second largest landowner in the area, I can tell you this is not a welcome event center. We understand we cannot stop the agricultural portion of the event, being the new wine processing center, but I can tell you the impact that it has on me personally. Currently, the water well system is going to be unattainable for them. Right now, the watering of their grapes causes most of our wells to sulfur, and I can tell you every day when they water, it causes water well issues. Secondly, we're very much concerned about the amount of wastewater, both from the runoff from the 65,000 square foot parking area, as well as the fact that they're going to have to build an entire structure for an above ground wastewater treatment plant. There is no underground aerobic septic system that is designed to handle this large of a wastewater treatment plant. There are commercial facilities the size of shipping containers, and they will need 3 to process this kind of water. With their track record, while it may be legal to dump that wastewater into the lake, I don't know if I really agree with it. I looked it up with TCEQ this morning. You can dump treated wastewater into a water body. Yeah. So they would require a full commercial wastewater treatment facility to operate either of the facilities alone. It is our wish that we do not wish to see the additional traffic. We do not intend to stand on a man's ability to gain a wage and do work and do his own property as I wish to do. But we do not wish for all the extra that comes with the wedding venue. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Okay, there were some of you that signed up for both. Diane? Zimmer. He's an
Okay, Diane Staley. This proposed wedding venue of 20,000 square feet absolutely needs to be turned down again today. It has already been turned down by the P&Z board once.
Diane.
The county commission, okay, I couldn't hear all these people speak, okay. The county commissioners need to go by the recommendation by the P&Z board. This wedding venue is commercial and does not belong in a rural area. It does not fit and would be a huge impact for the residents on County Road 231 and other residents in the Lake Ray Roberts area. There are over 100 residents that have attended these P&Z meetings, trying to write the P&Z book, working with Freeze and Nichols, and they are strongly, strongly opposed to this. There's a huge concern about the massive amount of traffic it would bring. There is a concern about the narrow road these cars would travel on. There's a concern over excessive noise late at night. There is a concern with safety issues with drinking involved. There is a concern about a large parking lot. They're proposing a capacity of 350 in the wedding venue and 250 parking places. This wedding venue is not compatible with the area. There is a concern with drainage, and we had some people from the Corps that were coming today, and I believe they got called out on an emergency, but they're willing to ask any questions if they'd like to call. I don't think they're here. Anyway, this needs to be denied again today. And I want to say that I enjoy coming to court because I learn, but we all would not have to be here if the P&Z had done its job at the very beginning, and they did not. There was a lack of knowledge of what was in the P&Z rules. And we have been penalized for this because of that. And none of this should have ever, ever come to this court.
I want to address that. Anybody who comes to the P&Z has the right to appeal any decision on the P&Z. That's a state law.
This is probably not the platform to do a performance on our P&Z.
It's not. It's not. Okay, thank you, Diane. Is Debbie still here?
Debbie's not leaving.
Well, I was afraid she might have.
Oh, it's good afternoon by now, I think, maybe. No, it's still morning. I'm going to try to condense this and be real quick. The Texas Legislature passed Government Code 231 on April 20th, 1995. And when they did, they set up 11 county planning and zoning districts around lakes and one historical district. This was done to maintain the enjoyment of these areas and sanctity of these areas for future generations. There are over 7,000 lakes in Texas. They are all man-made but one. And Lake Roberts was chosen as important to have one of these districts set up. When the legislature passed 231.101 for Lake Ray Roberts and Lake Tawakoni, the first paragraph states, the legislature finds these parts of the county that surround Lake Tawakoni and Lake Ray Roberts will be frequented for recreational purposes by residents from every part of the state. Buildings in the area that will be frequented for resort or recreational purposes will tend to become congested and be used in ways that interfere with the proper use of the area as a place of recreation to the detriment of public health, safety, morals, and welfare. The powers granted under this subchapter are for the purpose of promoting public health, safety, peace, morals, general welfare, and encouraging recreation. Under 231104 of the State Code, the Commissioners Court of the county may adopt ordinances not inconsistent with state law that apply only to the lake area of the county. They include height, number of stories, and size of buildings in the area, percentage of the lot that may be occupied, size of large yards and other spaces, population density, location and use of the buildings and land for commercial, industrial, residential, or other purposes, and building construction standards. The 231.134, compliance with the comprehensive plan. Zoning regulations must be adopted in accordance with the comprehensive plan and are designed to lessen congestion in the streets and roads, secure safety from fire, panic, and other dangers, promote health and general welfare, provide adequate light and air, prevent the overcrowding of land, avoid undue concentration of population, facilitate the adequate provision of transportation, water, sewers, parks, and other public requirements, or assist in developing the area into parks, playgrounds, and recreational areas for the residents of the state and other states and nations. 231.135, with each district, the Commissioners Court may regulate the erection, construction, reconstruction, alteration, repair, or uses of buildings, and encouraging the most appropriate use of the land throughout the area. B, under that, the character of the district and its particular suitability to the particular uses with a view of conserving the value of buildings and encouraging the appropriate use of the land throughout the area. These things are all in the Lake Ray Roberts zoning. Pretty much verbatim under the purpose on page 3 says these things. The zoning regulation consideration says basically the exact same thing. Get over to 106, compliance required. Number 1 is applicability. Compliance with the lake zoning regulations shall apply to all land, buildings, structures, or appurtenances located within the zoning area that are hereafter occupied, used, erected, altered, removed, placed, demolished, or converted. And under agricultural district, the zone is designed to preserve the economic viability of agricultural lands and operations in the county and to ensure that when conversion occurs, provisions for utilities, streets, and other facilities have been addressed and the fiscal integrity of the county preserved. One other thing, the final thing, the County Judges and Commissioners Association of Texas published the constitutional basis of the county government prepared by Jim Allison, General Counsel of County Judges and Commissioners Association of Texas. On page 2, under the heading, The Relationship Between the State and the County. The county is a subdivision of the state and receives its powers from the Constitution and the statutes adopted by the state legislature. Although a separate legal entity can be sued and hold property, counties remain subject to the actions of the legislature. Counties are organized to perform governmental functions on behalf of the state and lack the independent ordinance authority of municipalities. While counties have been delegated certain powers by the state, they remain under full state control. And this wedding venue is 100% a commercial business in the area that the state of Texas set up to preserve the integrity of the shore of the lake for the state, the residents of the state of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Debbie. Laura?
Laura McMullen. Again, this is not a commercial zoning change that's being requested. It's a special use permit that is warranted for this property. There are already several wedding venues in the Lake Ray Roberts P&Z, which is also where I live, where I also own agricultural property. Why is this family and their agribusiness and their 100 acres under such attack and firestorm? And that's because this is personal. The venue plans show that this venue would be in the center of the property, surrounded by vines, not even visible from the road. I can't think of a more perfect fit for a wedding venue than in the middle of a beautiful vineyard off the water. And there is already a wedding venue on the lake, on the water, in the Ray Roberts P&Z. In fact, there's several wedding venues in our P&Z. It's a serene, joyful event to have a wedding, and I think that is an amazing thing for the venue. They're already parking 100 and something cars on the weekend, and I think that not approving this SUP is just going to cost us all money.
Thank you. Deborah Duncan.
Hello. Well, first, we all have a bunch of letters of support from our neighbors around us and from also our customers. So first, I'm going to read one from Donalyn Dominguez. She said, "To who it may concern, we want to express our support for the expansion of Edge of the Lake Vineyard. We live 5 miles from them, work with them at the Valley View Chamber of Commerce, visit their facility with friends often, and cannot say enough about the integrity and excellence of their entire operation. I have known and worked with Dr. Cummings professionally for the past 20 years and know the kind of person he is and where his priorities lie. These are kind and generous people that have the best interests of the community at heart, and I believe in them as neighbors and as community leaders. Thank you for your serious consideration of the expansion plans they are presenting. We stand in 100% agreement with them on this matter and as an asset to our neighborhood." She lives within the P&Z.
Thank you, Deborah.
Now I want to talk about,
go
I'm going to
ahead.
say mine. And y'all have a copy of it, but anyway, my name is Deborah Newman Duncan. I've been in Valley View for 25 years. All 4 of my boys have graduated from Valley View. I moved here to help my parents with a family business. It was RV Ranch after my father suffered a major heart attack. I understand the level of commitment and hard work a family business requires. After working with them for 6 years, they were forced to close the business due to the failing economy and the lack of diversity it took to keep the doors open. I started with the Edge of the Lake family in February of 21. I love wine, and I was so excited to find that we had a winery so close to home and one that served such good wine. I came to visit the very first day they opened. The joke is, I tasted all the wines, I loved them, so I never left. So they hired me. The Cummings McIntosh family has an eye for quality. Every endeavor I have witnessed has been done with class and excellence. In doing so, their business has quickly and successfully grown. A growing business, especially one in agriculture, needs multiple sources of income. Hence the need for a larger production facility and wedding venue. How did Edge of the Lake acquire the land? Dr. Cummings and his wife happened to be driving down a country road and saw a small for sale sign. It had been family land for decades, a pig farm. Was it time for Jack, the pig farmer, to retire, but the property taxes and farming expenses were too expensive and unaffordable without additional sources of income? We honor Jack, the pig farmer, in the presentation of one of our wines, the Texas Hogwash Rosé. His farm provided Edge of the Lake with some very fertile soil, which produced some very good grapes that produced some really great award-winning wines. Where would we be without Jack? Where would Jack be without Edge of the Lake? I'm almost done. Not only were EOTL and Jack mutual benefactors of the land, this land happens to be located in one of the 7 AVAs, American viticulture area in Texas. Cooke County has become a wine destination that is growing and bringing wine lovers from all over, along with their spending in our towns. Ready or not, here they come. We have businesses like Bluebonnet, Firelight, Rustic Ranch, York and Ale, and many more that are promoting our town and are dedicated to making it shine. I have been at every P&Z meeting. At the first meeting, one of the ringleaders stood up and called for all wineries within the P&Z to cease operations until there was a clear understanding of an SEP. Seriously? Dr. Cummings and Chris stood in front of what could be described as a lynch mob. One neighbor stood inside of what would be considered personal space of Dr. Cummings. She started highlighting his career of bringing beautiful lives into this world, then insulted and accused him of destroying lives. He stood there.
This is kind of getting
Okay.
on the P&Z again.
Okay, so basically this group of neighbors are quite inclusive. They are trying to keep the lake exactly how it is forever and always, and to keep it for the neighborhood. Change is not an option, and supporting local does not seem to be a priority. Most of the neighbors have not even visited Edge of the Lake. I honestly do not know how you can be for or against something that you have never experienced. I'll be done. Thank you.
Did we hear from Cynthia Burley?
I'm Cynthia McIntosh now. I live at 1006 County Road 231, and I just wanted to read some comments from our neighbors. Some of them do live on 231, and all of them live in the P&Z. I'll start with Doug and Cheryl Lemaster. They live on Ritchie Road. To whom it may concern, we are writing in support of Edge of the Lake expansion plans at 920 County Road 231. We live about a mile northwest of EOTL on Ritchie Road in Valley View. We bought our land 5 years ago and are now running a small ranch. We met the Cummings McIntosh family at EOTL's soft opening several years ago. We quickly became friends. They are hardworking, generous, and humble people, the very essence of a good neighbor. As we've observed their laborious efforts to build EOTL, it's become obvious to us that they have a clear vision of how to build a family and a community legacy. Edge of the Lake, along with several other local wineries, already bring visitors from many of the surrounding areas, such as McKinney, Aubrey, Frisco, and Denton. Yesterday, we personally spoke with a couple from Frisco at EOTL. They had no idea that Valley View offered so many food, beverage, and retail options. This project will enhance the Valley View image and increase the number of visitors to our area. Additionally, this expansion brings more visitors to local businesses and increases our tax revenues. From our perspective, the land is theirs. It's a family business built from the ground up. It's agriculturally based and growing. It's environmentally safe, and it's prospering. What more could people want? We'd ask the Planning Commission to expand the vision of the future. Valley View could be the gateway to North Texas, growing its wine country. If not, Valley View will only be a feed mill and a railway stop between Sanger and Gainesville. We've seen this happen in a couple other small towns, and what growth and prosperity will pass us all. Finally, our greatest disappointment, we watched in person I'm going to skip that because it talks about the planning and zoning. But I'm going to read one more. And this was said to me privately, and I'll just read it. This is from Debbie W. I have been following your quest to improve your vineyard. My husband and I bought 50-plus acres in nearly 2000 with the intent toward building our metal fabrication shop next to our home. We live on Lone Oak, near the Little White Church. We had no idea there was a zoning committee for Lake Ray Roberts until we applied for a septic tank permit. Our plans were halted immediately when we faced the mob at our first Ray Roberts committee meeting. The Mountain Springs Community Center building was packed with opposition. It was disheartening and frightening as neighbors spewed insults. I was afraid to walk outside my house for weeks, and so were we, by the way. Long story short, after a year, we were granted permission to proceed. With the help of a local attorney who was quite reasonable, we won the battle. And these people were just kind of commiserating with our pain, and it's like reliving their own battle years ago. This one is from our vineyard manager and his wife that have worked for us. My name is Greg Davis. I am writing this letter on behalf of myself and my wife, Kristen, and we are in favor of the proposal submitted by Edge of the Lake Vineyard and Winery. I have known Dr. Cummings and Chris since 1998. Making quality wines was always a dream of theirs, and after years of hard work and prayers, the dream is coming to fruition. The North Texas wine scene is exploding, and EOTL is growing. That is hugely important for Valley View, Cooke County, and Lake Ray Roberts. Growth is necessary for prosperity. But as the business grows, so does the need for expansion. It's a natural process. Developers are coming, like it or not. We would much rather see hardworking, community-minded families who are diligently working to make a life and legacy for their children, rather than large corporations and casinos. Let me just say one more thing. This is me. Our business name is Edge of the Lake. If you don't think that we care about the integrity and the beauty of this area, it's literally in the name of our business. We're not trying to do anything to harm the beautiful view. We want people from all around to come and enjoy what we get to enjoy every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Dagan?
My name is Dagan. I am the daughter of Cynthia McIntosh and Chris McIntosh. I'm also a junior winemaker. I feel like that's very important to note. But I'm here to read some letters of support from people who aren't here today. They also... You want me to speak up? Should I come closer? Okay. So I'm here to read letters of support from people who are also in the P&Z who are not here today. The first one is going to be from Meredith Eaton and George Eaton. They own Firelight Vineyards. And their letter states, as citizen and business owner in Cooke County, my husband George and I would like to express our support for the vision and the growth that the Cummings and McIntosh families have for their vineyard and project expansion in the Lake Ray Roberts area. If you do a simple search, it would be easy to find endless supporting articles that describe how wine tourism promotes great economic growth in Texas and many other states across the U.S. Many cities, counties, and states recognize this element of economic success. Woo. So they work very hard to encourage wineries in the areas to... I need a second. They encourage very... I can't even... I need some water. So many cities... I can't even. You know, I did take a speech class in college, and this is way harder than that. This is way harder. Many cities, counties, and states recognize this element of economic success, so they work very hard to encourage wineries to open in the area. We are very blessed to have leaders of the wine industry like the Cummings and McIntosh families right here in our country. Right here in our county. Not only do they have hard work... I can do it.
You're just about, your time's just about up.
Not only do they have a great vision of growth and support for this area, but they are also down to earth, hardworking, and they go above and beyond to support the community around them in positive ways that most people will never know. My family and I have had the great opportunity to learn this firsthand over the past few years. The expansion of their vineyard and wine production will strengthen this county and the wine industry in North Texas and beyond. Their vision to become one of the largest vineyard growers in the state of Texas will highlight Lake Ray Roberts and the Cooke County area by promoting agritourism that will benefit surrounding landowners, businesses, and school districts. Their vision also presents an opportunity to be a production support for upcoming vineyard growers and new wineries in other parts of Texas. This will certainly create positive attention to this area from leaders and investors across the state. Their growth plan will ignite our local economy by attracting visitors, creating jobs, and generating revenue for our city and county. It will also promote growth for, industries and local agriculture, hospitality, transportation, and more. We hope you take all of this, including our support, into consideration when making your decision.
What she said.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, that is the last that I have signed up to speak about the...
She signed up on Chelsea and for Chelsea. Felicia Damati.
Who?
Felicia Damati.
Okay. I do believe I remember her saying something over the phone. So if you would, we'll make this the last one.
I signed up. He signed up. I signed up. He signed up.
Do you have anything significantly different? Okay.
I'll show you the email that I sent.
We'll hear in just a minute.
Okay. Hi, my name is Felicia Damati. I do live here in Valley View. I am going to be reading some letters from people that are with us on this. This first one's going to be from Tom and Whitney Kilgore. They do live on Triangle Road. They're also the owners of 555 Vineyard and Winery. To the Commissioners Court of Cooke County, we are writing to support Dr. Fred Cummings, his son Chris McIntosh, and their families as they seek approvals for their planned expansion at the edge of the Lake Vineyard. They've become dear friends since we first met them a few years ago. As members of the community, parents, and business people ourselves, we've only experienced them as pillars of this community. No matter what event we attend, Edge of the Lake is one of the organizations and businesses frequently helping the people of Valley View in this area in any way possible. The type of business they operate currently brings good people to Valley View, many for their first visit to our community. We are confident that those visitors are getting a wonderful first impression of what the town is like and how fantastic its people are. Many people ask us why we promote the other wineries such as Edge of the Lake, and that's quite simple. They care about the people in this area, they act accordingly, even welcoming in new members of the winery business such as ourselves. We have no doubt that they will build and operate the expanded portions of their operation in the same professional manner they currently do. Tom and Whitney Kilgore. The second one is from Shelby Backus. She's the president of our Valley View Chamber of Commerce. She's also the owner of Blue Bonnet Cafe. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the community, today we stand at a crossroads between tradition and growth, where the roots of our rural heritage meet the promise of a prosperous future. I am thrilled to speak in support of one of our most cherished local treasures, the Edge of the Lake Winery, a family-owned business that has been a symbol of our region's rich agricultural legacy. The proposal to expand their business by building a production facility for bottling their locally grown wine is not just a business decision, it's a commitment to our community's future. This expansion represents an investment in local jobs from the fields where the grapes are nurtured to the facility where the wine will be crafted, bottled. Yeah, this is about the production facility. The projects. Moreover, the expansion will help to elevate our region's profile, drawing attention to the unique flavors and quality that our soil and climate produce. This isn't just about wine, it's about putting our community on the map as a destination for quality craftsmanship and authentic rural experience. In conclusion, I wholeheartedly endorse this expansion. It is a step forward that honors our past, enhances our present, and secures a prosperous future for our community. Together, let us raise a glass to growth, tradition, and to a bright future for all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How many?
So you know what? I can go online and I can order from probably 100,000 different vendors wine. The big difference there is it's going to be delivered to my front door. I'm not going to be getting into a car and traveling 50 miles, 100 miles to some vineyard and then drinking it there, getting on the highway after I've been drinking, and then possibly causing another accident. But you know, in many cases, the one that's been drinking isn't the one in the serious accidents. It's all those innocent people, say on I-35, that go with a 70-mile, 5-mile-an-hour speed limit, and I won't even go on that highway now. And I've been all over this country in a car, but at my age, I won't get on the highway because of that.
Let me stop you right there if you don't mind.
All right.
I asked if you had anything significantly different. And
That's not significant?
No, it's, in fact, it's timely, it's not very good right at this
Well,
moment.
can we talk about common sense?
What I'd like to do is end your time right now and go to the next person. Who is that?
I didn't think you'd like that presentation.
What's your name, sir?
Yeah.
I'm telling you that it's not timely.
Yeah, right, it's not perfect, I get it.
Yeah, no, you don't get it.
Our
You don't
reporter,
get it.
our reporter needs your name, sir.
Your name, sir?
Bill Everett.
I'm sorry?
Bill Everett.
Bill Everett?
Evans.
Everett.
Julie?
My name is Julie Stanley, and I live on County Road 231. 2 years ago, when I purchased my property and home, I thought it was a gorgeous area right off the lake with a winery and grapes being grown directly across the road from my house. There's a waterfowl sanctuary because we're right there off the lake. So many birds that visit all day, every day. And Well, it just kind of sounds like heaven, right? Who wouldn't want to live there? And, you know, it's an area that also has way more land than it does houses. There are literally 12 houses on County Road 231. They have 2 of them. So, anyway, I can tell you the last year for my neighbors and myself have been anything but heaven. As Jason Snuggs says, you know, this has been a year that we've been dealing with this. And I know, you know, y'all are dealing with it as well. So it's exhausting to have to fight so hard for your property rights. I understand they have rights too, but we have rights. We have the right to be able to enjoy our property, and we can't do that. If there's a wedding, a large wedding going on, there's tons of cars going up and down the road that it's currently a problem now, so I can't imagine how much worse that's going to be when you add that into the mix. Let's see here. It feels as though that we're having to fight to tell you not to allow it whenever it feels like they've already got the permission, unless we have to prove that they don't need it. And that's not right. We should equally have to prove that, one, that it deserves to be there, which is clearly stated in the, you know, comprehensive plan, that something of that magnitude, something like that, does not belong in the area that it's being proposed in. And another thing is that you hear, yes, they do great things for the community. They, you know, they love the Valley View area. I've seen them at wine walks. I've been to the winery. Obviously, it's across the street from my house. They are decent people, in my opinion. But I really don't think they've taken any of us in the area directly in proximity to them into consideration with their plans. Because honestly, if they had, why would they propose something like that in this area, knowing that how it's going to affect us? They've never once spoken to me about it and asked me my opinion. Not that they have to, but you would think as good neighbors that you would want your neighbors' opinions on what you are planning to do with the land that's going to be right there in your front yard. Well, clearly, I'm running out of time here, so I'm just going to say in closing that I'm asking that the court uphold the decision by the P&Z to deny the request for the permit to construct a wedding venue. Because to ignore our rights in favor of theirs, I think is disgraceful.
Thank you.
And then, can I say one more thing real fast?
Real quick.
Real quick. January 2023, Denton County Commissioners Court unanimously denied a request to construct a wedding venue by Au Devoir on Merrill Road. And opposition to the request cited that the road cannot handle the heavy traffic, there's safety issues, as well as noise pollution from events that would affect wildlife in the area, specifically their sleep cycle. So I feel that those same things apply to this situation.
Thank you. Okay. Kevin? Quickly.
Okay, my name is Kevin Norris, and I was informed yesterday that they have doubled their capacity at the tasting room. Is it my understanding that that was like an SUP? When they got their tasting room, that was voted on, and they got their SUP, I mean, wouldn't they have to get another SUP to double their capacity?
We're not in charge of capacity or anything like that at our level.
Well, that's not what you originally agreed to. When you voted on the SUP, I mean, if they double their capacity, that's not appropriate?
I have to see what that SUP says, but we don't assign capacity at a county level.
Well, I'm like Julie, the traffic is getting atrocious. She was nearly run off the road the other day, and the person went into the winery. She got a picture of it.
Are we talking about the wedding venue now?
No, we're talking about the winery. I think you're talking about the winery.
I don't know
You're
what I
talking
would
about
do
that
with that. I
the
appreciate it, but I
capacity.
don't know what I could do with it. I'm not questioning you.
I'll look at it.
I'm not questioning you at all.
You're just talking about the traffic being an issue. I said you're talking about traffic as being an issue, a concern. We don't set building capacity, so I know we didn't set that on the SUP. We don't have that.
We don't tell them how much they can make and can't make. And you're talking about the winery.
I'm talking about the
Yeah.
seating capacity in
Talking
the,
about the seating capacity?
yes, sir.
Okay.
And a
In the winery though, because that's all that exists at this point, right?
tasting room.
Okay, so again, you're talking about the winery, you're not
You're talking
talking
about
about
the
the wedding
yeah,
venue.
you are correct. Well, my basic question was, when you approve an SUP and then you alter that, don't you have to have another SUP?
No, it's not a new SUP, it's just a change to it. But like I said, we don't set capacity. Do we set capacity on it?
No, and then everybody's cited the 8,700 square foot building. All we've done is make attempts to utilize the remaining square footage that everybody else.
The same building is there.
It's all the same building, it's just the top.
Well, getting back to the wedding venue, it was voted down 6-0 with what I call the restaurant proposal. And it was voted down 4-3 by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And those people were picked by y'all, all the people on the Commissioners Court.
What was the 6-0 vote, Kevin?
That was the original one. What I call the restaurant proposal, the wedding venue was part of that. And then
The wedding venue is 4-3.
right, just on standalone.
Right.
Yeah. And y'all picked those people, and I'm just asking you to abide by their ruling. Thank you.
You might notice a little confusion from some of us. Some of us weren't here when a lot of this happened, and some of us weren't here on this court. This is a little bit different court than it used to be, different personnel. So there's a lot of things that we may not be,
We did the.
but not the P and Z.
Right. Well, they wouldn't know about the P and Z, but he's talking about the specific use that we
Yeah.
granted. It was done just this spring.
Yeah, but not the P and Z though. P and Z has been a fluctuating thing for years, and we may or may not even know who was on the P and Z at any specific time. But as far as that goes, yes, sir.
Jacob Scoggins, the architect, again, helped me. So I've been listening, just trying to take in some of the notes so we can address some of the things that we're doing or will have to do as part of just the natural development of a large commercial project. The intersection at 231 and Lonoke, we've reached out to TxDOT to see what we could do about that. It's a trip-generated issue, so that's completely out of our control. We've attempted to, and they were supposed to do some tree clearing out there, but I don't think that's happened just yet. We've reached out a few times, but they are intending to do that, TxDOT. But again, nothing that we can control. Environmental and drainage, that's just something we have to do. With the Corps, they're going to want to see our drainage study. We don't want the building to flood. We don't want to flood neighbors. That's just the natural course of doing a project. So the civil engineer will do a full drainage study of the entire site. We'll provide that to whoever needs to see it, including the Commissioner's Court. Third-party plan reviews. So that was a concern about just general safety of the building. At the P&Z, they committed to being able to do a third-party plan review. So we've already started those discussions with some folks so that it's per code and all the things that as an architect we have to do anyway. Fire suppression. So that was a concern. I've had a lot of experience working out in counties where there's not a lot of water sources, and so we will have a fire suppression system inside of the facility with a large cistern that is trickled into with a storage capacity to address that. That was part of the P&Z as well. So in general, at the P&Z meeting, we went through a series of life safety concerns that I think we addressed each and every one of those. But if there are additional concerns that come up during the process, we're definitely open to looking at those. And again, you'll get a large set of drawings that have already gone through the third-party plan review. And if additional concerns come up at that point, we're definitely going to look at those kind of things. So, and then just generally as far as process. So we did submit a site plan that we believe covers the basic criteria of the site plan. The next step after approval is the engineering. That's when we get into the nitty-gritty of everything. So all these other things that are concerned, those are just on the list, but there's a large investment that comes in after that with from the owners. So it's kind of a hard ask to say, let's get all those details worked out, and then maybe you don't have approval from the Commissioners Court. But as soon as that happens, we're getting into TCEQ requirements with the domestic water well, with the septic system, with the drainage study, geotechnical surveys, all of those things that go into doing a project. So just wanted to get some assurance on that. But any other questions, happy to address that.
Did I hear you say somewhere in all of that that you think in the future that perhaps Edge of the Lake would be willing to work with local people to take care of some of the concerns that might be coming up?
I think so, but I also think in just doing the project naturally, as an architect would have to do, most of those concerns are going to be addressed anyway. I know when you work out in the county, some things don't kind of go by the building code, just naturally that happens.
Yeah.
That's not what we can do. So I think 95% of that's going to be addressed.
Gotcha. Okay. I think that's it. Item number 9, or actually number 10, is close the public hearing. And we'll close the public hearing at 11:51. Item number 11, deliberate and consider possible action regarding a request by Frederick P. Cummings for specific use permit for a wedding venue at Edge of the Lake venue located at 920 County Road 231, Valley View.
I guess I get to talk first, don't I?
You do.
All right, guys, so Ms. Barthold was completely correct with what we need to look at as we make this decision.
Can't hear you.
Okay.
It's really hard.
I'm talking to them, so it's hard to talk to them and address loudly. So, Ms. Barthold highlighted the things that are important as we make this decision, but I'll hit a few things to remind y'all since y'all don't have to deal with this every day. This is an appeal of the Lake Ray Roberts Planning and Zoning Commission, and I think this is only the second appeal that I've been a part of since I have been commissioner, so it's uncharted waters. So if you'll look at her highlighted stuff, let me go to the state first. I had this all ready. I got too many papers. Okay. So when the state set these up, the legislature, Debbie said 1995, but regulations I showed 1987 for Lake Ray Roberts and Lake Tawakoni are combined. And when I guess the people at the Corps of Engineers went to the legislatures, and the cliff notes are Lake Ray Roberts will be frequented for recreational purposes by residents from every part of the state. So they set this up to help with orderly development and use of the area because it's a concern of the entire state. The main things are to help to prevent the detriment of public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. And when they set up this legislation, they gave the county, lucky us, the power to set up this zoning authority, and the main things that they wanted us to take care of are the things that they allowed us to not control, but to zone. And I want everybody to remember that this is zoning. This is not telling people what they can do with their land, and this is not a way for people to be upset with what their neighbors are doing. This is zoning. You know, it's not, hey, I'm in my sandbox, I'm shutting it out, and you can't come play in my sandbox or change the way it is. We're allowed to, if we want, set rules on the heights of the buildings, percentage of lots that are occupied, size of the yards and other spaces. One of the things that always has been talked to me is the population density. That's why we have the high residential lot size requirements down there. Then we can zone the location and use of the buildings for land, commercial, industrial, residential, and other purposes. And we can set building construction standards. But a lot of this we haven't ever done. It just says we may. The top 8 items, or the main 8 items, are lessen the congestion in streets and roads, secure safety from fire, panic, and other dangers, promote health and general welfare, provide adequate light and air. Here I am getting nervous to speak. Prevent the overcrowding of land, avoid undue concentration of population, facilitate the adequate provision of transportation, water, sewers, parks, and other public requirements, assist in developing the area into parks, playgrounds, and other recreational areas for the residents of this state and other states and nations. So, and then like I said, Ms. Barthold highlighted the exact points that I was going to bring to y'all. So under a specific use permit, which is what they have applied for, these things are granted specific use if we so choose due to possible adverse effects or more intensely dominate the area. I don't really like the way that sounds. So, and then at the bottom, yes, we have a shall. We have to determine if this use is harmonious and adaptable to other building structures in the vicinity. That's the big question. We've heard concerns of traffic. I hear traffic concerns on every single road in the precinct. And yes, this will increase the traffic a few days a week extremely. Well,
It could be every day.
well, it could if there are events.
You mentioned something about it fitting in with the fire.
Right, and at this time, that's what we're talking about. So that's what we got to decide. You know, a lot of the things that are said when I deal with this all the time are feelings and emotions and opinions, and you know, we got to get down to the facts and figure out what we're going to do. And it's a very tough thing for me because I'm right in the center of it. I'm darned if I do, darned if I don't, and that's why this appeal process is here, so that we can have all 5 of us try to make a decision. So at that time, I will take questions, comments, concerns.
Any questions for?
No, that's with us.
That's with us, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Is it my understanding that this doesn't have to be rezoned if this SUP should be approved?
Yes.
It doesn't have to be rezoned commercial?
Yeah, and that's something, you know, I've read these regulations a million times. I actually caught that over the weekend. If we do a special use permit, it doesn't rezone it, which is weird. That's what our regulations say. It just says that this special use, I always want to say special use, but specific use is what the regulations say. It says this specific use can operate on that piece of land. This certain one would be a commercial business operating on a ag piece of property. And really the rezoning is, it's just, it's for us, for our map. The appraisal district does their thing and the state does their thing. It's just for our zoning map, really. And, you know, I agree with the extreme traffic. I agree with the two houses, two properties leading up to this event center, you know, are gonna have a lot of traffic go in front of them. There are some places where we have other wedding venues that one of them is 2 miles off of 922 or so. People have to drive a long ways down County Road 215 to get to that one. So they're passing, you know, multiple houses on that one. Luckily, this one is 2, but you know, it will affect those 2 residents for sure. There is no doubt in my mind. To the effect of what the regs say, detrimental or however it says it, I don't know if that is the case, but you know, and which we're in the zoning area and that's what we have to look at, but you know, a lot of these things happen, you know, all over and nobody gets a say about anything, so we're lucky that it, these neighbors should be happy that we're in the zoning and they do get a say. You move 5,001 foot away from the lake, you can have a strip club next to the pig farm, next to the gas station and the Walmart, and there's nothing you can do about it. So, it's a tough one, guys. For me, at least. I cut you off while ago and talked too long, but that
You
was...
cut me off? I don't remember that either.
Well, you had a question, if we had to rezone or not.
You answered that question.
Yep. I didn't know if you had anything else after that to say.
You know, we've got other wedding venues in the P&Z, and to the best of my knowledge, they've not had a negative impact on the community. I have no reason to believe that they've had a negative impact on the communities. I'm just stating my opinion, okay? We read the regulations and it says, as Jason's already said, determine uses are harmonious and adaptable. That's going to be extremely subjective. What one group likes, another group doesn't. So that's a pretty hard decision for us to go make. Talks about adverse effect. So I say, to what effect does it harm the folks in the community? Literally harm them. There's a difference in not liking it and not wanting it and being harmed by it. Okay? Safety and fire concerns, I absolutely believe if they're violating fire regulations, they ought to be cited and they ought to pay the price. Okay, that's what the law's in place for, and we don't enforce that. You call law enforcement and say, hey, we got this issue, and let them come deal with it. Height, it's my understanding it's going to be a single-story structure. If it's truly surrounded by vineyard, I don't know how much of an issue it's going to be as far as aesthetics.
This one won't be. It'll
Okay.
be south of the vineyard, offset off the road a little bit.
And I've seen no indication that this building's going to create a safety hazard or a fire hazard. I understand. You talk about traffic, and traffic, it's an issue. There's more people moving to Cooke County every day, and without a wedding venue, I have roads that have 200-plus cars a day on them on gravel, and they're getting dusted regularly, and some of those folks are quite a ways from even a hard surface road. Population density, I think I'd rather see 100 acres covered with vineyard versus these folks choose to sell out and put a subdivision in and put 100 homes out there. And there are going to be issues there as far as water. You go put 100 homes, they're going to deplete your aquifer probably as quick as this vineyard. Fortunately, it's not windmills and pump jacks as far as cosmetics. We talk about health, safety, and morals. Well, let me back up. I'm concerned for water all over the state of Texas, period. But as far as this health and safety, I don't see it polluting the air. I mean, will there be safety issues with traffic? There may be with an increase in traffic, but that's happening throughout the county without a venue. TECQ, we've talked about violating TECQ, different fire codes, and concerns about the Corps. Again, if they're violating them, they own it. But it needs to be addressed by the entities that can enforce it, not the Commissioner's Court. Okay? It sounds like that they're working with TxDOT to try to eliminate the hazards at 231. It sounds like they don't have any choice but to have a full engineering study, and an engineer's not going to put a stamp on there unless it's correct, because they're not going to take on liability issues. Talked about a third-party review. Like I said, based on the fact we've already approved these venues in other places in the P&Z, I don't really see how we have anything to stand on to deny it. Because again, some of you have done an excellent job of preparing. And I've tried to listen, and I've taken some notes, you know. But it's all these things that we're told we shall determine are very subjective. So somebody not going to be happy makes no difference what the court does. I think that we've got to go back and relook at the P&Z rules. And I would tell you up front, I think they would be more lenient if I were involved in that process. So, having said that, I'm done. We'll move to some of these other guys.
I can't let it pass without making a comment. You've probably heard me before, that adding a wedding venue or adding a car reclamation place or an RV park or whatever are all kind of secondary to the damage that's already been done to that part of the county by the United States government, by Denton and Dallas when they built the dadgum lake to start with. It was a wonderful place before the lake came in. I know, because where I had cows just a few years ago, I could stand and look right straight down to where the wedding venue is proposed to be. So we're talking about things that are coming in secondary to the ruination of that whole part of the county anyway. We got 20,000 acres of Cooke County laying under Dallas and Denton water that doesn't even belong to us anymore. So yeah, there's increased traffic. Was it because of the lake, or possibly because of adding a wedding venue? I'm going to say that if it weren't for the lake, none of this would be. So, I mean, put the blame where the blame goes. The blame goes to that dadgum lake down there that cost me 70 acres of good cattle grazing land when they put it in. Enough, I've said.
But we're here, we gotta follow the rules that are
We
in
do.
front of us,
We
Judge.
do. I'm just saying, what was, now we can follow the rules.
That's for special use permit, right? I mean, what I've read, they're following the rules, that's, they're fixing to build another building, right, it's for a special use permit, is that not right?
I mean, yeah, they're allowed by special use permit. Adam, you got any thoughts or anything? I'm looking for,
Well, it's just like everything else with the state that they tell us. It's so vague. Heights of structures. Give us a footage.
yeah.
I mean, we're sitting there supposed to go, well, it can't be a skyscraper. Well, can it be a two-story? You know, it just, I don't, we deal with this stuff all the time through the state stuff and unfunded mandates that we get shoved down our throat that our taxpayers have to pay that we don't agree with. I mean, there's just no clarification on so many items, and this is one of them. But I own land. Now, I might not own it by the lake, but, and I've fought against different deals and, you know, windmills and solar. But when we start telling people they can't do on their land what they want to do, whether there's regulations or not regulations, I mean, we're going by the regulations that we have to do that. And we got to follow those regulations the best we can. As vague as they are, there's still nothing that tells us we can't have this. I mean, okay, we have a fire. Well, okay, it burns down. He's got insurance. The fire department can get there, but they have that problem everywhere we are, in the county or the state. It's an issue. I don't know how we fix that. Money does not fix everything. You have to have personnel that goes to it. You have to have apparatus that goes to it. I mean, they've got a lake right there below them. They probably could put a pump in to take care of some of that themselves, if Dallas lets them or whoever. But there's another one of them caveats. I'm the same way on Elm Creek. I can't use the water out of Elm Creek because it's Dallas water. We've been there since 1920. Back when that happened in the 30s, if my grandfather would have said, no. But he did. It was like, okay. So, my side is, I don't want to tell somebody that what they can and can't do on their private property. The regulations tell us we can do it with some limitations or rules. These are so vague, I can't say what is or isn't. Traffic is horrendous on all our roads. People just, I mean, you have to slow down or hire more sheriff's department. Well, the sheriffs don't run traffic anyway. DPS, they're on 35 and 82. So we're all in a position of growth that's, this isn't the end. We have gotten into now where it's growing exponentially, and it's not going to change. I know some people moved up here from Dallas area because they got tired of it down. I agree. I have friends that are buying property in Wyoming because they want to get out of there. I get it. But the metro mess coming this way, we can't put a gate up and stop it. It's coming. We have to prepare for it. We have to grow with it. We have to expand. I've been trying to get road easements wider. I had a gentleman call me the other day. Hey, if I give you my 30 foot, sure. Guess what the next guy says? No, I ain't doing that. Well, you can't go in and build a road if you don't have everything. So we're rural. It's going to be rural for a little while, but it's not going to be rural forever. It's just not. And reality sets in, and it's here. So I've said enough.
On the, so, on the approval criteria, it's all based on so the letter A is conformance with the Lake Comprehensive Plan, which it does because it's allowed by specific use. Compliance with the lake zoning regulations, that works too. The design and location of off-street parking and loading, the width and the location of the streets for the traffic inside this is on the site plan, so they're parking, allowing egress for emergency personnel, the use of landscaping to buffer and shield lights and noises and all that, which that is on there a little bit, which I think that could be upgraded. Then it's all of these things are about the property and the site plan. And that's all that it says. You know, it doesn't say anything else except for one line that's not in that same approval about, it does say about adjacent property owners, but I don't see that. That's what's just,
You're not finding any specific prohibition we can hang our head on. I'm going to make the motion that we approve the special use permit. Let's figure out where we're at.
Second.
We have a motion to pass the special use permit for a wedding venue at Edge of the Lake venue. We have a from Commissioner Hollowell. We have a second from Commissioner Sicking. All in favor? Aye.
nay.
Any opposed?
He said no.
I did.
He said nay.
You said nay, okay. So the motion passes 4-1. Item number 12, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the emergency disaster declaration and all associated executive orders. Gary?
Yes, sir. Oh, Gary, take care.
By Gary, haven't forgotten your request either. Sorry? Haven't forgotten your request either. Okay. Bill, I didn't, you might have thought I was rude. We just have lost a couple of people in tragic accidents here in the last, is the reason that I stopped you where I did. And I said my comment was a little too close to home, so. Other than that, I wasn't attempting to be rude. Ray.
Yes, sir.
What
So,
do you have for us?
back relative to item number 12, deliberate and consider possible action regarding emergency disaster declaration, all associated issues, I would suggest that at this point or recommend that we keep that in place. We're still getting started on debris removal, and it's going well. It's only been 3 days, 4 days, but there's a lot of work left to do there. Still a lot of considerations left to deal with as we continue to recover from the disaster of 25th of May tornado.
So what do you need?
Nothing at this time.
See you, Sandy. Take care. You bet. You
No-
don't,
Nothing at this time, yes, sir.
so there's no action required in this, just leave it in place?
I don't, I would recommend that, yes.
Okay.
We're not looking at a close timeline or anything that we got to reapprove it, are we, Ray?
No, we have 90 days.
90 days.
90 days, yes. June, July,
Are we getting
August.
close? That's what I
We
wondered.
will by next court, we would have to.
Okay, so we
Yes,
just
thank
have to re-up it.
If needed, yes, sir.
Okay. I thought we ought to be getting close. Now we're getting close.
That is the 26th, so I didn't count actual days.
Well, do we just need to do it?
I would
Extend it?
I would go ahead and say at this point that yes.
For how
Because of
long?
the time limit coming up, I would suggest another 90 days, and it would be reconsidered at every court and could be rescinded at any time.
So this is just no action?
No, let me make a motion that we extend it,
reauthorize it,
Judge.
or extend it.
Let's extend it for 90 days, because it sounds like we're going to get
Yes, sir.
close between now and the next
Okay.
court. So I'd make the motion, we extend it.
We have a motion to extend the emergency disaster declaration for another 90 days, and I'll second that. All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Motion passes 5-0. Item number 13, deliberate and consider possible action regarding a burn ban.
Yes, sir. It's at a time that we are continuing to dry out. It's August and then going into September in Texas, and this is how it typically happens. At this time, based on the KBDI, that we are dry, but with a little bit of rain we've recently got and the considerable rain the end of July, we're in pretty good shape. We got a lot of green. We're not getting the synthetic fires off the side of the road, the agricultural fires terribly much. There are some, of course, the very far north and the very far south are much drier than the others. But the majority of the county's in relatively good shape for the middle of August. And there are two reasons you can do a burn ban. One is, well, two justifications. One is that we are determined by the Forest Service to be in a drought situation, which we are not. And the other would be that it is of such extreme danger that you feel it would be necessary. And I would say at this point, in my mind, I take into consideration is, could somebody have a careless fire on their property? Probably. What's the likelihood that it's going to extend dramatically to the next property or the property after that? I think pretty low right now. The behavior of the fire is relatively manageable, and so I don't see it as of such an extreme danger right now that we would need a burn ban. But I encourage everyone to burn safely, cautiously, use the website that the Sheriff's Office now has to document where you're going to be burning, and follow the Texas Outdoor Burning Rule. Some pretty specific guidance in there, and if folks will obey that and follow that as the rule it is law, then that will help a lot.
So you need a motion to,
I would suggest no action at this time, sir.
say again?
No action for that.
No action.
Maybe urge the media just to say there is no burn ban, but to be very, very careful because it is dry.
Absolutely. And the same with that, it can be done at any time in an emergency way and then brought back to court for ratification, so that we have that option always.
Okay, you guys in favor of no action? Okay. Item 13 is no action. Item 14, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the approval of a contract with Cintas Corporation for uniforms for precinct 1, 2, 3, and 4 for a period of 60 months.
I thought you didn't want to do this, right? I thought you didn't want to be part of this contract.
Didn't you want to be excluded?
Yeah, I would like to have the option to do something on my own.
Well, you don't have to join us.
Yeah.
How you guys with this? Y'all ready to move forward to Cintas? Yeah. Adam, you good?
We've been using them.
I mean, what's this, the third one we've had or something, and they don't know, I mean, all of them have issues.
Right.
We had Airmark, then we had,
Well, precinct 4's had Aramark, y'all only had Centos.
no, I've had something different in my time. I don't know what, yeah, I have.
Does this contract need to be passed this time? It does. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, it's not something we need to put off. I mean, this should be easy.
Precinct 4's.
Yeah. I want to make the motion that we approve this contract with Centos for precinct 1, 3, and 4, excluding Jason, because that's where you're going to be, right? He's gone down. Ours is down to about 6,000. It was about 8,600 or something.
And you're good with that now? You don't need Cintas.
It's a new contract on the co-op, and the prices are lower.
Okay, we have a motion.
Hang on just a minute, Judge.
But at any time, I can
Go get on it.
go get on it. Since they're
We'll
on
have to sign a new contract.
yeah.
It would
Can
be
it
on
be done
him.
individually or
The
precinct?
way this one's written is for all four of us.
For all four.
Cut you out.
In fact, the only issue I have with that, if you don't, we have to sign a new one. It's going to extend us out another
Well,
forever.
he'll sign one and y'all will be off.
But then he'll be 5 years into it. He's not going to get out of a 5-year contract.
No.
I don't want that. I don't want to be stuck in a 5-year contract.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to clarify it. I don't have a dog in the hunt, but
So we have a motion by Commissioner Hollowell to go ahead and approve a contract with Cintas for precincts 1, 3, and 4 for a period of 60 months. Is that?
that's true, but I want to ask a question.
Okay.
Shelley, that's just like any other contract. If we don't allocate monies for it, it dies on the vine.
I have added that language as additional.
So if they sign it, that's where we're going to be. Okay, I'm good. Motion for 5 years.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Item 14 passes 5-0. Item 15, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the approval for out-of-state travel for Lori Zimmer to attend Celebrite training in Yukon, Oklahoma, October 13 through 18, 2024. Sheriff.
All right, so Cellbrite is our technology we use to download cell phones whenever we seize them involved in criminal activity. Cellbrite schools are spread far and wide, hard to get into, but anyway, Yukon is closer than our other two options. One of them is south of Abilene, and the other one's up in Kansas. So Yukon was the closest.
Well, I'll make the motion then that we approve the out-of-state travel for Lori Zimmer to attend Celebrite training in Yukon, Oklahoma. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Hart. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none. Motion passes 5-0. Item 16, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the approval for out-of-state travel for Deputy Ryan Thacker to travel to Miami, Florida for K-9 selection and training. All expenses to be paid from forfeiture funds.
Yeah, so as you're aware, we recently lost our canine, and so this company that we're using will actually fly some dogs in from overseas, from Germany, and come into Florida. We will send our handler down there. He will work with a few of those dogs, and hopefully we hear one of them is really, really top-notch. And but anyway, he'll work with the dogs, gain that relationship, and hopefully we'll be able to purchase another one in the near future. So again, all this has been paid for. I think he'll fly out there, stay for a few days, rental car, come back, and it's all out of forfeiture funds, so it's not county money.
Well, he
I've got
get
a couple of dogs right there at home that a couple of bassets even.
Sheriff, he'll get to go out there and mingle with a variety of dogs, 3 or 4, 5, something.
Correct.
And then if he creates a rapport with this animal, then it'll be earmarked for purchase for us. Is that the way it goes?
Correct. They've already sent some videos of the dogs. They're all excellent dogs, but sometimes you bond more with one animal than another. So,
And they've already got some training.
oh yes,
As
they're training ready to go. It'll just be training with the handler. So these dogs are already certified and ready to roll. I'd also let you know that there are at least 2 different individuals that are going to make donations for the purchase of the animal. I'll bring those before the court when we get them. So,
Move to approve.
Motion Commissioner Hollowell to approve the out-of-state travel for Ryan Thacker to Miami, Florida.
Second.
Second, Commissioner.
What's your name?
I'm sorry, no, Commissioner Snuggs. I was trying.
You take the same drugs I am.
I'm going too fast, okay? All right. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Motion passes 5-0. Item number 17, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the approval of the Sheriff's Office request to transfer funds from the salary line 001-561-122 extra help in overtime line 001-561-107 to help budget for comp time and budget amendment for same.
yeah, once again, that's just routine, happens this time of year. So due to vacancies in the jail, we need to move unused salary money over into overtime to pay our employees. As you know, we are more restricted on the jail side than actually on the law enforcement side because we are mandated by the Texas Jail Commission to maintain a certain number of personnel based upon our inmates. So anyway, really, we don't have any choice on the jail side to keep it staffed. So.
Well, then I'll make a motion that we approve item number 17 and transfer funds from that salary line to extra help and overtime line. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Snuggs. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? There are none.
Judge,
17 passes 5-0. Yes.
I think that'd probably be a good time to take a break and not start in the
Hey,
budget.
could I ask one thing?
Sure.
Could I make a little quick comment on your next agenda item, and then I'm gonna be gone?
No, you need to come stay all afternoon, so it's your turn, sir.
Yeah, no way. You're staying here.
It's like a minute.
Oh, you can have the minute, but you still gotta come back.
What's on your mind, Sheriff? I'll give you permission.
All right. I quickly want
Commissioner,
to.
what's his name?
Snugs.
How's
He
Snugs?
keeps buzzing my swimming pool with his plane. But anyway, just a little quick information. So I've asked you to consider a 6% increase on the salary on our comm operators, our dispatchers. We have 7 currently, we're 3 short. So many of you have been in our comm center, you've seen 2 consoles. On the left, we have that operator running law enforcement. On the right, they do fire and EMS. It takes 2 people in those chairs to make that happen. 6A to 6B, 6B to 6A. So that's 4 for a 24-hour period. Well, they can't work 7 days a week, 365, so it takes 4 more to make sure they get days off. And then that leaves 2 more, so we have a total of 10 slots, 2 to ensure that those 8 can get days off, vacations, trainings, so forth. So I would never come here and compare anyone in my whole facility to another department. I don't know what other departments do. But I can tell you that within the county, when you take out fire, EMS, law enforcement, they are the only county employees that work 12-hour shifts. They're the only county employees that work on every holiday. Not some of them, all of them.
Except for commissioners. And you do realize that you're keeping them from lunch right
Yeah.
now? Okay.
They also, when you shut down the county for ice days, they don't shut down. They are there 24/7. They may deal with walking someone through CPR, walking someone through childbirth, talking someone out of suicide. And sadly, they've also took those calls where the person committed suicide just so we would know their location. Very, very, very difficult job. Not very many people can do it. We've got behind on those salaries, and we're just not attracting anybody. So I can tell you with 7, there are going to be many hours where there's just one person in that comm center. We're playing roulette, and there's nothing we can do about it immediately, except get the pay up to where we can attract some folks in there. We're currently operating with one operator comes in at 6 a.m., they work by themselves until noon. Then a night operator comes in at noon, so we have 2 in there from noon until midnight. Excuse me. Then that night operator, I sucked down some business. But you get my point. Then that night operator has to work by themselves until 6 a.m. So from midnight to 6 a.m. So there are a lot of times when there's just one operator. I don't think that's acceptable to our residents. Bad things can happen. Judge, you're very well of a tragedy that occurred Saturday night. It happened about 11:45, and so our other operator that was going to leave stayed and actually worked 14 hours because a lot of things were going on.
So this has nothing to do with the dollar amount, but just out of curiosity, like the night of the tornado when everything hit the fan, are the other dispatchers like on call? Can they get somebody to come help them if it just goes Looney Tunes on them, or?
So naturally, when things like a tornado, yeah, we're going to bring folks in. But those things happen other than that, which was drawn out.
I mean, even if it's just a night where it's a whole bunch of calls, do they have the ability to call in for help?
They can.
Response time becomes an issue, though. You know how if you get called, it may be an hour, but
Yeah,
that
exactly.
person's
There you
still
go.
sitting there one-on-one.
So that incident, those 911 incidents are sudden and quick, typically. And so that event's over by the time somebody comes in. But anyway, it's a struggle. And it's $32,000. I'm going to generate for you guys about $1.2 million in inmate housing. So I think that's a pretty fair trade-off. Anyway, sorry, suck stuff down my throat. I just want to throw that in there.
I don't know how the others feel, Judge, but I mean, I can feed my face pretty quick and get back as soon as y'all want to.
Oh, yeah,
I can't be here past 4 o'clock today, so.
I really need to run home.
Well, whatever you need to do. We don't need no hour and a half.
Probably 45 minutes. 45 minutes to get it?
No, not Valley View, right?
I'm concerned it's gonna run into tomorrow, too.
Well, whatever time y'all want to come back, I'll just.
1:45?
Do what?
1:45, be an hour and 15 minutes.
Ooh, an hour and 15? That puts you back at 2, and then you're just gonna spend 2 hours. You're not getting much payback for your,
1:30? 1:30?
I can do that.
1:30?
1:30, good with y'all?
going once?
Matt, what do you think?
Sure.
All right. We'll go ahead and break for lunch here at 12:40. Return will reconvene at 1:30.
Oh, thank you.
Gentlemen, we will reconvene at 1:32 with item number 18, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the FY25 budget. All right, who wants to take it away? I figure we'll have this done in about 15 or 20 minutes, right?
Yeah.
It may take that long for my computer to respond. Come on, crazy.
First of all, does anybody have anything they want to address the budget? Daryl?
I'm here to answer questions if anyone had any questions.
You mean you're not going to come make us listen, huh?
Well, did I just do?
What's wrong with it? You don't want to ask about telephones and...
I will talk about that if you want me to talk about it.
I don't know. We're not going to get done in 15 or 20 minutes if we do that.
Have not. I mean, I have. It's on that summary sheet.
You have
but-
looked at the budget, the proposed budget, excuse me. And I'm sure you've seen you don't have everything that you possibly could want or anything like that.
There we go. I finally got one up.
I wasn't here last report because I was sick, so I'm not fully up to speed on what has been approved or not approved or if
Yeah,
anything.
that's why we had court that day, because you were sick.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, okay. That way you don't really know what's on there. Yeah, okay, just so we're straight. I don't think anything was changed in your budget from before in the proposed budget. Is there anything you would like to change in the proposed budget?
One thing that we talked about at the meeting with you and I.
Go up here if you don't mind.
Sorry about that. One thing we talked about at the meeting with you and I and Shelley and Commissioner was that I should bring back the quote for the audio upgrade for this room, and I failed to do that, and I wanted to apologize. And if you're still interested in seeing that quote, I can bring that back. It was somewhere in the range of $15,000 to redo the cameras, redo the audio and the speakers for this room, and you told me to get that, and I didn't do it. I'm sorry.
No, can I ask a question about currently?
Yes, sir.
Would we have an option with our current audio system to do like lapel mics or something? Kind of like these YouTube influencers?
Not with the system that we have. We only have a limited number of inputs for each of those mics and these wireless ones. The new system would support that, and I think that that would improve things a lot. It would make it so that you can be comfortable and talk any way you want to without having to lean forward.
Like our camera system, I know it's not, probably with super production quality or anything, but like if our camera system stayed the same, like would it be, it seems to me like in modern times it would be relatively inexpensive to update our microphone and speaker system.
We can do audio improvements, but leave the cameras like they are.
Yeah. Because I feel like the camera would be a lot of that.
Sure.
We could a la carte it.
The
I thought about that
the
even
acoustics
today.
in this room.
Well, the acoustics are tough, but if we get too far from our microphones, they lose us.
Of course, there's times I don't want a lapel mic because I want to back away from it.
Well,
and not be so obvious.
Yeah.
So one of the suggestions the vendor made was to put a bar microphone on the floor here in front of Judge's position to better get that audio out here. One of the problems we have is when we turn that speaker up very loud, it gives feedback with your mics because it's behind you. So we should
move them speakers out underneath or something.
We could try that. Be happy to do that.
Put up higher or
Yeah.
just can't tie anything.
So what we can't really do is have that audio coming back toward you because it'll bounce off that back wall and feed back in your mics.
But if you move these down in front of us, you think that's gonna buy us something maybe?
I'm
Maybe put
quite
them on these
willing to
desks?
try that. Yeah, I'll do that before next court.
Microphones or speakers?
No, he's talking about these speakers.
I'm talking about
Okay,
the
when you said
speakers.
bar mic, you said bar microphone.
Did I say microphone?
You
I
had bar
meant
speaker.
speaker down here to point that audio at the audience. So, sorry.
I know that they do have a time, they struggle to hear
Hang on.
back there.
I noticed that with the gentleman that was here today.
You know, it's hard for all of us when we're having a conversation between us to stay in the microphone because we're not addressing the audience. You know, seems like here lately I get stuck doing that, but most of the time we're talking amongst us. It'd be nice to.
Let me throw a question out here, this way out there, okay? What if there were a better place for Commissioners Court and we decided to move? Not this year, not next year, but how much do we really want to get cemented into this place with the sound system and everything else if sometime in the future Commissioners Court moved?
I don't think anything he's talking about is concrete in any of the room.
Just move it with
But
us.
it's adapted to this room. I mean, it's
I think it's generic, PA system.
It's just
generic.
deciding where we
Yeah.
place speakers.
The system we have now, we could move, everything's unpluggable and repluggable.
Yeah.
New system, I don't know for certain, but I would say that we could tell the vendor, we want to be able to move it because we've got plans in 2 years. I think they'd certainly work with us on that.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
the vendor that I've been looking at is the same one that does our courtroom audio, and they're excellent.
So in other words, if Commissioners Court moved to a different location, that was better suited for Commissioners Court, we could just pick up what we have and take it and interchange it.
Yes, we might have to add another microphone or, add some parts when we move, but I don't see any reason that system would be, cemented to this room, like he said.
Okay.
Yeah, it wouldn't be smart to say, we're going to build this thing in here if we're thinking of moving.
I got you.
And I don't have my, back on his budget the other day, and when we went through this spreadsheet, all I'd done was note what was above and beyond last year's budget, okay? Or an increase, and he had a $75,346 increase, I think, over last year.
I'm going to grab my paperwork.
And that's phones, Adobe, patch management. There's some stuff in there for the Prosperity Bank. The only thing I thought might be considered not to purchase was there's $7,100, almost $7,200 there in those courthouse digital signs. I think we might push that out a little bit. And then how crucial is the super wiping equipment?
Would be nice to have, but certainly could sacrifice that in favor of something else like a phone system.
Yeah, and then how about the patch management? That's the three items I thought might be low-hanging fruit to cut.
Patch management it's getting more important. I wish I had documentation with me, but I'm just going to have to tell you from what I remember reading. In the latest update from DPS, they're saying that we're required to be able to do patch management on law enforcement machines. I don't have that document in front of me so I can read it to you, but it's it's pretty important, at least for law enforcement. We aren't required to have it for non-law enforcement machines, but it's something that we need. If not this year, we need it next year.
Do you have any means to do patch management right now?
No. Basically, what we're doing right now is it's set so that Microsoft puts out an update, and your computer may get it today, and Commissioner Arntz may get it next week. There's no control of that. So having control of that would be useful, especially if a bad update comes out. We can say, hey, don't deploy that update. That's something that other people are having trouble with. Right now, we don't have any way to do that except maybe email users and say, go click this really quickly so you don't get it.
I mean, like I said, there's 75,000 there. That cuts about 14, 11, about $12,000 out of it. In phones, guys, after listening, do y'all think that we probably need to go ahead and do an upgrade on our phones? I mean, kind of sounded like it. And I didn't look at Vested's new quote, bid, whatever, proposal. Is it drastically different enough to change our position with Nortex?
Vested Networks sent us...
Hey,
We go up Nortex, we're gonna have to bid, are we recording? Yes. Nortex and co-op for
okay. Okay, that's good. Thank you. I mean, I get it. But, I mean, we've had a partnership with them a long time. We put it out there and bid it, but the thing is, there's $29,100 in there for Nortex. That must be above what we're already spending them to get to 60, right, Shelley? Maybe. I showed that as a $29,000 increase over last year. I just have phone lines. He doesn't have a phone line in his, well, he had something. Oh, this is the hardware. For some reason, I show a $29,000 increase, but I can't. Looking at both of them, I can't tell you. Obviously, you would forgot more about that, and I know. So it's $60,000.
So we have several different options that we could go with. We could go with plans that include phone rental as part of our monthly service, or we could go with a plan where we purchase the phone hardware ahead of time and then we pay for the monthly service.
That was the large price difference up front.
Okay, which one was, I'm assuming I probably looked at one of those plans and come up with this $29,000. Is that a lease plan or something?
$29,000 you're thinking of, I believe, is if we purchase the phone hardware from Nortex. That's the cost just for the phone hardware, and then our monthly cost would be $3,200 aside from that hardware purchase.
So, Shelley, if it's broken down like that, it's still total 60. Is that the total package for the year? What it's going to cost for the year?
Okay. And so then both Vested and Nortex also offered us a phone rental package, but I don't know how that goes with the counting.
I mean, bottom line, if it busts 50, sounds like we got to go bid it. So, but we got to budget it. So we need to budget 60 is what I'm hearing instead of 29.
Well, you can't include training and
I understand.
So can we, anyway, your subtraction, any way we get it down below 50? With your thinking, there's to get it, okay.
not unless they come down and training.
Okay, I'm just, okay. So we don't sit here all day. Do we stick 60 in there for phones?
Say that again.
It sounds like that we need to put $60,000 in for phones if we want to upgrade. And it may be, I mean, what we got to come up with today, I think, is a proposed budget. And we can change it in September, and when we see tax rates and revenues and all that, we may have to, you know, we might could add something back in or be forced to take something out.
Yeah.
But, we gotta make a move today.
I understand
I say we add the phones in and see where we're at. Because if you don't put them in,
then you can't at all.
then you can't at all.
Oh, and see,
And then we gotta prioritize which one, you know, is that one we can cut? Do we wanna cut?
no, I agree with you. But do we go ahead and cut those 7,100, 7,200 in digital signs?
I would, I don't think.
Yeah. Yeah, the phone system's way more important than that right now.
Yeah. I mean, the little signs we got up now, I mean, I see people looking at them.
It seems like we could do the little.
The digital
Seems
sign
like
would
we
be
could
nice,
just do
but-
Yeah, we could do TVs, it seems like a lot less than that.
Well, the wiring's the deal.
That's the problem.
In this courthouse, every place else ain't no thing, but here it's a problem. Unless we get Roku sticks and put in all of them.
Huh?
Still gotta have plug-in, though, gotta have power.
You gotta have power.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I say we budget some for it.
Let's
because-
let Shelley get caught up, though, so she can make some entries for us. 'Cause I'm not taking enough notes
what do you
anymore
say,
to.
Matt?
Is the phone system not
Sounds
permanent
good.
improvement?
No, probably not.
Use it out of money we've already got.
Well, it was, well, that ain't the issue. The issue is because it's over 50 we need it. We can't just go select it.
Well, I understand, it seems like it's true when we already have.
Well, what can sell if somebody comes in that's no tax?
Well, no, I understand what you're saying about the bid. I understand that part.
Did you come in to give a bunch of money back, Rick? Oh,
Get ready, you'll be next. I don't remember which ones we lacked, in all honesty. I ain't got my notebook over here, but we'd gone through a bunch of them and agreed. Of course, you wasn't here, so.
didn't look like anybody else was interested in coming down. Told you 15, 20 minutes.
And we ain't got through the first one.
That's all right. There's nobody else here though, except Rick.
Okay, so Nortex is agreeing to buy it. The system is $22,450. There's a one-time $5,000 hardware cost,
Setup, hardware setup?
hardware setup. And then the monthly service from then on until they increase is $3,200 a month. So for the first year, the cost is $65,850. Vested with a new price of $3,498.25 for 60 months equals $209,895.
So, but those are not official bids or quotes or whatever. Can we select off what you have?
Well, this is what Daryl received. I don't know.
Well, I mean, is it
He
straight
has-
up like a quote or a bid?
I mean, it's a quote. We got a starting point. We'll go out for bid on a new phone system.
So it's still got to be posted in the paper and all that, okay. Let's put $69,000 in there.
Phone system.
You good, Shelley? We got her studying.
I know that we still gotta go out for bid and all that, but is a phone system like that capital improvement?
Not the monthly service. So it'd be $27,450 and capital, or in the capital line, and then 38,400 in the monthly service.
So we already have some capital money that we could just budget towards it. It wouldn't go into a new revenue, would it? If we chose to do it that way, if we use some capital improvement money we already have instead of budgeting new.
Your capital improvement money's already budgeted.
Okay.
I'm confused.
Yeah. Okay, Shelley, what we talked about while y'all were working through that one is not making the purchase on the digital signs,
Okay.
not purchasing the super wiping,
Okay.
and the only other one I had I was curious about is patch management, and if we can put that off, especially with buying the phones, I think we put it off a year. Anybody want to weigh in there?
I'm fine with that too.
You good, Shelley?
Yeah.
Okay, I need your help. Guys, we talked about EMS last time, and because Wes wasn't here, Shelley, you got an email from Wes, right? Because I had messed up on the modems and we cut too much. I think we cut something. He sent Shelley an email.
Yeah.
And so we would go back and fix that. Reinforcements. Excuse me.
The 28.5 was $4,090 that he's always budgeted for repairs. 9,000 for modems.
9, Shelley?
And 12,000 something for pagers. Does that equal the 28.5?
12K on pagers.
So I took the pagers out, I put the $4,090 in, and I moved the modems to their department.
What do you got for handheld?
At 24,000 per hand.
Okay, we said 3, didn't we, guys? That's where we ended up. For the backup ambulances and the rescue truck. He asked for 5, we gave him 3. That's what we did. Okay.
I have it. I should know where it is. Somewhere in here. Let's see. Here. He had 15,420 for 20 pager replacements, 9,000 for 3 modems, and $4,080 for repair and replace. So I removed the pagers, put the 9,000 in Daryl's budget because he bought the modems 2 years ago, and I put the 4,080 in repair, and then the 24,000 for the radios.
Does that catch us up on it? Or,
That was according to the minutes from
Okay.
last quarter.
okay. Courthouse maintenance, we didn't spend a lot of time on last time. I showed $265,000 in increases. And the majority of that was doors and windows for the courthouse, $44,000 for the jail. I didn't necessarily, wasn't anything jumped out and hit me to reduce. So I mean.
Well, then I put the windows in non-departmental.
Oh, had some EMS walls, but didn't sound like we had a whole lot of choice on those. They're moist, got moisture issues, right?
He's asking $10,000 for a mower and a couple of weed eaters.
I offered to loan him my mower, but he probably doesn't wear it out.
He asked for
$5,000 increase in lawn care, maybe. That's an increase, right, in lawn care? I'm sorry, Shelley?
Because we have a new company.
Okay, but it's an increase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 3-ton splits for Prosperity, 18,000. 1 2.5-ton split for Prosperity, 7,500. 2 4-ton splits for the Annex, 22,000, and 4 4-ton splits for the Justice Center, 44,000. All those went into permanent improvement.
That's the reason they didn't show on my list, because I just went through his. Okay.
Roof repairs, replacement at the Justice Center, he's got 3 quotes.
$79,578, one of them.
79,518.
Okay.
That would go in non-departmental.
Okay.
On the doors and windows on that budget, what is that? You remember what that number was?
That's just thinking 150,000.
You have to come,
All this
replace
wood.
the wood around the windows and doors.
It's something we kicked off, put it in the new budget.
I put the 79,518 in
Kicked
for
it
the
down the road and
roof.
Put it in the new budget.
We haven't this time. Oh, no, we didn't kick it. It wasn't there. It's new money.
Okay. Seems like we talked about it last
Yeah,
year.
it's new money is what that is. And we don't have much of a choice, according to Rick. They're getting worse.
Is it Paragon that hadn't got us the stuff for the annex?
Yes.
And I put the 150 in for the window and non-departmental.
So the 79,000, it was a quote to repair, to make repairs, which was to do the same repair job as the 30,000 from Paragon, and also from CBS, they quoted 11,000. All 3 of those quotes were to do the same thing at the jail. So what I have done is called CBS, and they came out and patched some areas that were leaking. And then right after that, it stopped raining. So this week, this Wednesday, 4T Partnership are going to be at the Justice Center to do an assessment. They're the company that TAC calls to do assessments, and like if there's a claim on a roof or something, that's the company they send out. They're going to come do an assessment on the roof and tell us, make their recommendation on what we need to do with it. That's one. We had a company that would do it for free, and then this company are going to charge us for it, and y'all chose to go with this company. They're non-biased. They work for us. So anyway, I don't know how long it'll take to get that assessment back from them, but they'll be there Wednesday.
I think it's probably appropriate under maintenance to talk about this, but Matt and I had some visitors last week from Train AC, and they will literally come out and assess every AC in the county for free. Tell us how old they are, you know, what the state of our AC system is. So, of course, they'll have a plan. They may want to bid something after that, but the assessment doesn't cost us anything. So,
Well, and most of the local heat and air guys are trained dealers.
yeah, and I don't question any of them's ability.
Right.
But whenever the corporate company has
No,
engineers.
they'll have a level higher, yeah, no, absolutely.
And probably have troubleshot or more things than the locals. They've just been exposed to more
Sure.
troubleshooting. So,
Sure.
I mean,
And
it's worth a listen to.
Absolutely. And another issue that we have here is probably 80+% of our equipment is carrier equipment. Well, there's not a carrier heat and air dealer in Cooke County. So in order for them to get carrier parts, they're on a waiting list. And some of the parts interchange, it doesn't have to be carrier, but some of them are not. And so it just makes it difficult. But that's what we have. And the carrier dealer went out of business, so it is what it is.
You said carriers going out of business?
No, the dealer here, the local dealer that was a carrier dealer is out of business.
Who was out of Whitesboro, who was
Culpeper.
Culpeper, yeah. Who changed names to something else.
Yeah, now they've closed.
Totally. Shelley, can you tell me, looking at your budget, what we haven't talked about?
Can we revisit IT first?
Yeah?
You told me no on the patch and no on the digital sign and no on the,
Super wiper or something? Super wiping? This is the note I had, I think it said super wiping.
so we're going to budget for the network switches at EMS, adult probation, juvenile, library, and DPS.
Well, and like I said, I'm good with you going back through it because I just looked at the stuff that was above and beyond last year. So,
Where's that on your list?
on my list, oh crap.
That's fine.
My list, it's easy to find. It's on the other list that
Yeah.
I can't find it. Yeah, I think it's the very first thing. EMS?
No, she's up.
Oh, I tell you, I'm sorry. She did. God dang, I'm losing my mind. Been that way all day.
Losing or lost?
Gone. Adios.
Darryl says, these switches are old and the new ones will have Ethernet, which is a feature we'll need for desk phones. Is that what you said?
Yes, the switches in all those buildings now don't provide power, and if we do new phones, we'll need to replace all those switches. They're all old anyway, so it's about time.
Do we need to replace them because they're old, or are they not compatible with the phones?
Not compatible. Basically, the phone requires being able to get power through its one cable, and none of the small buildings have that kind of switch. So what I'm proposing is refurbished switches, which is what I always buy these days, and that's roughly half the cost of new ones. So a pretty good deal with warranty and everything.
I'm going back to Shelley's list now. Is that on your Excel spreadsheet, Shelley, that you gave us early? County Emergency Management. And see, we haven't addressed any personnel, like the part-time for emergency management. records clerks.
No, I did not put
Okay.
any of that on there.
Is it emergency management asked for a part-time?
Yeah, for grants.
So that one, to renew our antivirus with a 1 or a 3 year, 1 year 6,500, a 3 years 12,000.
What's his account number, Shelley?
503,
It's 01503.
001 503. So that with the 3 year, we essentially get the 3rd year free. And I have 390 written down. Is that how many subscription, how many? Oh, no, that's the line item.
You scared me.
That's the line item would come out of.
Yes.
Subscriptions, you're looking at line item 390.
I didn't, none of this is in there.
Oh, in there.
It's just what he's asking for.
Above and beyond. He's got 59,000 in there right now, right?
Yeah, this isn't in there.
For everything on this sheet, I stuck it in
570.
570 just to have a place to put it. So it
Oh,
didn't
that's
mess
where
up
that
too many
It's
of
in
the
the
$45,000 increase
It's in the
comes.
$439,000 number.
Oh, under computer, not maintenance.
Yeah,
But,
all of, everything he's asked for is in there.
oh, so there's 300,000 in increases over last year?
It all totals to 96,756.
All right, his 24 budget was 124, and it goes to 439 in that line item?
On my page, there's 570. I gave you the wrong line.
Okay.
So that might have been moved already to other places?
For this upcoming budget? Is this what you turned in?
See, I'm showing the 24 budget was 54,000, the 25 is 96,000. And in Shelley, I moved up to 452.
This is what I got. Huh?
Line item 452? No.
That's computers.
Okay, 455.
That's software maintenance.
We went from 125,000 to 439,000?
That
Oh,
is, 200 and something of that is the cost of the SO's new software that we haven't paid for yet.
Okay. Y'all put me to sleep.
I'm with you, I'm following.
I wish I was following. Because see, like I said, I just went with what was above last year's.
I know.
But now I've gone back to his budget. And these two sheets right here is gonna tell the meat of the matter.
I don't understand this.
They got a 3% increase and it dropped. What do you not understand what to do? If you fund your budget, you're going to reduce, you didn't reduce your fund balance because you didn't have a significant fund balance. All the rest of us to fund our budget, like if I fund my budget, totality it's $675,000 less. If precinct 3 funds his budget, he's gonna have to subtract nearly $1 million out of savings. That's what that says.
Okay, so if I fund this budget, I'm gonna put in $102,000 in the fund balance.
Which one are you looking at? Oh, the 24 budget?
No.
Oh, okay, here, okay, I'm sorry. All right, for your 2024, at the end of this year, you ain't gonna have but 102,000, period.
Well, that would mean you have a negative.
No, I'm gonna have to reduce mine by 850. You ain't gonna have but 102 in there, period.
Okay.
I don't have one. Well, I didn't have it. I don't think it.
Apparently,
I never.
So,
see,
his 452 line, he turned in 113,680. That didn't end up on the sheet, but.
okay, because right now he's showing 104,380.
For,
I mean, I'm on 452 according to mine.
okay. And then under 455, that should be 220,000.
Instead of 439,000.
Correct.
Okay.
457, he turned in 0.
Instead of 57,000.
Correct. And on 570, he turned in 113,018.
And so, like, you readjusted them to get these numbers that
No, because I didn't have his number. No.
Okay, so we got some variances there that are,
Right.
we won't know till you get to plug them back in.
Well,
What is
so this whole list of things he wanted, he put all in 570, which not all of them would go in 570.
But can you tell what his net increase is, request increase from last year? Okay.
What number is IT?
So like the switches would go in 457, not 570.
So you've got to go split them to get it right for your accounting.
Right. The antivirus, 1 year or 3 years would go in 390, which is subscriptions, but 1 year is 6,500 and 3 years is 12,000.
And I'm hoping to look at vendors, because we haven't looked at vendors in a while, to see if the vendor we have is the best value or not. So I kind of need something to work with, but maybe we can get it cheaper than that. I have an idea, just to put this in your heads, that the vendor we have is the cheapest one out there, because I asked a couple others, and they're like, oh yeah, 30,000, no problem. Oh, no. So at minimum, if you can budget the 6,500, that keeps us with our current vendor for 1 more year.
So if we went with the 3 years, do we pay for all 3 years up front, or?
We do.
Okay. Which I would pay for 2 years in
What are you looking at? Over here?
prepaid, and then I would
Oh,
just
it's,
move it.
503.
Like, for 26, I would move 1 year, and for 27, I would move 1 year.
And what was the increase in office supplies from 17 to 40?
He buys all the toner for all the printers in the county.
Okay, well, we had okay, year to date, he's only spent 17. Okay.
Well, but how did that report was run in March or April that you're looking at?
I'm looking at your 25 budget with no raise is what I'm looking at. I don't. What you sent us? Well, no, I'm looking at, you sent us a 25 with nothing and a 25 with 3%, and that's what I'm looking at, so I don't know when it
That
was
was
run.
before I left it, that's a month and a half, that's 6 weeks old. Right now, he spent 20,836.
So the office supplies in '23, my sheet shows 40,000, and this year I also requested 40,000. Is that not what you see?
You have 43 on that
See, I don't see 23, I just see 24, but it's been 40,000.
So, my mistake.
Do you want to keep it at 40 or you want it to go to 43?
43.
And he's asking
Until they
why.
start buying extras and rat holing them.
I have a great answer for that. And I'm going to tell you what that great answer is here momentarily.
He has a great answer for the 3,000.
He got something, he swallowed something, his windpipe got all messed up too.
Look, you're gonna have to swap spit with the sheriff.
Goodness.
Because she quit drinking out of it.
Yes, I did.
Know her too well.
You saved his life, though.
I don't have a detailed note of why I did that.
Are we still talking about the increase in office supplies?
Yes, the $3,000 increase in office supplies.
How many thousand?
3,000. It was 40 this year, and it's 43 in the new budget.
I got 40s all the way across.
Got it, too.
Yeah,
Well,
I think it's yours.
I ain't, I'm
the
just,
same thing.
I don't know.
Exactly the same. So I had 40, and then current year 40, and the request is 43.
see, I don't show
Well,
43
if
anyway.
we've done a budget amendment, they're not gonna see 40 all the way across.
See, that's what I'm looking at, Bubba.
I see.
I mean, you bought the computer. If it's not right, it's on you.
It's true. It's
They're,
computer error.
they're looking at actuals for 2 of the years.
At this moment, I can't tell you why I changed that to 43.
The 3,000 doesn't bother me because what I was looking at is 24 actuals versus 24 budget, and that's 23,000. But obviously, you hadn't spent 23 actuals was 36.
Which is,
So do you want it back to 40, you want it 43?
40.
Hot dang, a judge whacked that by about 4,000.
Do what?
I said, you whacked that by about 4,000. But you made a decision. I'm good. Let's roll.
All right, it's already in at 3. Okay.
Okay.
So back to the virus. You want to put 65, you want to put 12?
It saves 6,000 about 3 years, right? Saves a third.
It saves you more than that. If you bought them,
$6,000 a year would be 18,000.
if you bought them one at a time for 3, it's 19.5.
Okay.
And those second and third years absolutely would go up if we weren't locked into the 3-year price,
So it saves us $7,500.
at least.
I wasn't too far off for an old man.
Huh?
I said I wasn't too far off, saying save a third.
All right.
So you want to do the 12,000?
Well, I would think so.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting it.
You're getting a year for free, basically.
Right.
Guys, I'm not comfortable that we really scrutinized this budget. I really am not. But
The Adobe Acrobat upgrades. I have on here budgeted and not.
Okay.
So what you have in your budget is not cover all of it? I don't know why I wrote that.
I don't know. So I would have put the 1980 amount in the 570 line, so we could move it to whatever line, subscriptions, I assume.
That's what you budgeted for?
Yes.
So that's upgrading 20.
Yes, the 20 most outdated ones that are the most risk. Places like EMS, juvenile probation, a few places in the jail. I have the list of the ones that are most concerning. So we did go on subscription for several offices last year. It's been working great. And if we can kind of continue moving toward that, I think that'll help us. And being on old software is just asking for trouble. Not to mention, with every change Windows 11 makes, stuff starts breaking when we're on software from like 2015 and 2016. So it's a problem.
So then the wiring, the wired networks, the Wi-Fi, the security cameras, and the mag lock doors for Prosperity?
If we did all those projects, that would be $25,296. So, and if we're going to occupy that building, we do need to do at least some of those things.
For the Wi-Fi network, you have $14.50 for hardware. What's the hardware?
The actual transmitters, well, there's not one visible in here, but it's a transmitter that usually goes on the ceiling to transmit that wireless signal.
Is it one?
No, the $14.50 is the cost for the 7 transmitters in total.
7.
Yeah, and then we'll need some cabling and, the labor to install that cabling. So total for the Wi-Fi project is $26.75. That's my estimate.
Asking about the wired networking, the Wi-Fi network, security cameras, and mag lock doors at the Prosperity.
Some of that, we need to budget, but we may not spend it because we may not get that far. As far as Prosperity Bank.
On the security cameras and DVRs, how many DVRs? One?
Just one, yes.
And do you know the price of that?
Not off the top of my head, around 5,000, 4,800, I think, for the last one we bought.
So then that makes the cameras you need 7 cameras?
Yes, ma'am.
So that makes the cameras $412 each?
We have options. We can put fewer cameras. We can redistribute. If the court wants to walk around and look with me and Daniel, we can, or we can handle it however you like.
One company doing the office work?
The cabling would be a local vendor, and then the camera install and the DVR would be our camera vendor, which is out of Irving. So,
What about the network switch?
Switches come all from one vendor. Like say we buy those refurbished, and then I usually get Nortex to come and program them for me after I've put them in where they go. So I can do all the physical stuff, but then they do the programming at whatever their hourly rate is.
I have a question for you. It's kinda
Yes, sir.
off the cuff here. Got a notice from Nortex a couple of days ago that they're doing away with cable TV, going to streaming, and it's going to affect everybody in Valley View, I guess, for one thing. Is that countywide, do you know, or not that it would affect us all that much? Or?
I don't. I'm so far out in the north part of the country, I can't get nor text anything.
Yeah, I've got the letter down in my. I think we'll get
The
that.
only thing it might affect is a couple of EMS stations may have.
Yeah, I think all of our EMS stations are already on streaming TV.
Okay.
We have Nortex TV's app. So
Is this one switch, how many switches?
for the bank, 2 switches at $1,700 each.
You got $360.
Oh, you're still talking about the security camera? Yes, just 1 switch. And so all that camera cabling goes back to the 1 switch, which is, I don't know what floor it's going to go on yet, but one of the floors. It's going to go on a floor in a closet.
Okay. So anywhere it says cabling, we're hiring a company to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the mag lock doors.
And that's a very rough estimate because I haven't seen current prices to do doors. So we need to go back and get an actual quote from our vendor.
So it'd be $8,500 to do 2 doors and the California street door?
Yes.
And that's something we need to do as soon as they vacate, I think.
Well, that's like the end of this month.
I know, well, in October. Don't y'all think we need to go ahead and change door locks and stuff on Prosperity to put them on the magnetic locks just as soon as we can?
He's got money in his budget.
Well, I'm saying even if we have to wait till October, as soon as we can get them done, we gotta lock it, we gotta secure it, I think.
The bonus of that is from that point on, we would know any employees that go in or out of it. So
Well, I'm more concerned about street people, if they get to any of those perimeter doors and we don't have the elevators and stuff locked. Rick and I've talked about this. If we don't go in there for 2 or 3 months, they gonna set up homestead.
But it still has a key lock on it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that scenario's happening right now. I mean, if they, in other words, if they go into the,
Yeah, they had to be.
yeah, but right now, and I hate to say this, but if somebody comes into a perimeter door right now, it goes upstairs or downstairs unless we're just over there looking.
Yeah, if we had the magnetic locks, I mean, you wouldn't have to have, I mean, Rick, right now, on that card.
Well, once you got them in, the whose input in it's nothing.
So even if we have magnetic locks, we still have to have physical keys on those doors, don't we? No? Okay.
What do we do if electricity goes down? What happens if electricity goes out on those magnetic locks? Okay, yeah. I mean, and we're gonna pay now or pay later on that,
Right.
so. Okay,
I'm good. Now
because that takes care of him. Guys,
Thank you, ma'am.
just a suggestion, are you good with, maintenance, Shelley? Guys, let's deal with the elephant in the room right quick, because if this thing goes on Thursday, everybody's not gonna be here. What do we wanna do on raises?
I can't make that decision till I see the,
Well, you can't create a budget without a goal. It's a two-edged sword, brother.
yeah, I know.
And let me see, you still, Shelley, what's the raise cost us? I know you know. I know you
Did I
know.
tell you $380? $380.
We signed up for that.
I think it was $380,000, is that what it was?
For 3%.
Yeah, well, just Here. Okay. All right. Here on.
Leave, we'll text you.
I'm gonna head to the sheriff's office for a job, if that's all. Thank you.
What's next?
What we're looking into, Judge, some of us won't be here Thursday, and the sure enough big ticket things that we're probably gonna have to discuss is what we're gonna do about a raise.
Do what?
Raise.
Yep.
I mean, and she's working on a number for us. She hadn't missed anything other than her working on a number.
We're
for
talking
us.
about 3% raise and not position raises.
Yeah, just 3% raise. I mean,
Okay.
and right now she's told us that that raise would cost us $380,000. That's 3% across the board. And I'm just asking questions. I'm not advocating one way or another. But if I look at these two sheets, I'll get Shelley to correct me if I'm wrong. It looks like a $6 million drop in fund balance between the two of them.
One of those is 24, just to give you a reference.
Yeah, but at 24, our fund balance, oh, okay, in 24, we're gonna have to take 15 million out of fund balance to fund the budget. No, that can't be right.
No.
We will reduce it.
5,750, and then for this year, it's 47, what did I give you?
I'm sorry, 5.7 million.
Correct.
5.7 million, I knew 15 could be. And so, with the 3% raise, then
That one you have is with the raise.
the one I'm looking at is with the raise. So in addition to depleting it by 5.7 million this year, we would deplete it by 4.5 additional next year.
Yeah.
So that's 9 million, 10 million.
But we're not, we're not,
Right here.
we're not hitting that.
To
but-
fund your 24 budget this year, we'd have to reduce our savings by $5.7 million. So I've been preaching that forever, okay? Now then, to fund next year's with a 3% increase, we would actually have less of a reduction in our fund balance. But if we actually hit that number and hit that number, we're 10 million under.
Yeah, but we haven't gotten there because, we don't spend it all.
Yeah, we're not there yet, you know.
we're not there
You
yet.
guys see what I'm talking about, what I'm telling him?
I
Adam, Matt,
was trying to look at
you with
bottom
me?
lines and those numbers weren't matching.
We'll go see Matt. What we're looking at is if we fund this year's budget, and we will spend everything on our issues, we will subtract our savings. Okay, now the next year, if we fund everything and we put it in a 3% increase, we're gonna deplete our fund balance by 4.5. Problem comes is if we actually deplete it by 5.7 here and 4.5 there, it's nearly 10 billion, so now it's going to 17, 18 million, here down 9 million, which is,
But do we think we'll hit that?
I don't think that we will, but
I mean, that's.
we know we got payment coming out, and, so something like that, we know that, there's things, 300,000 insurance, there's things there. That's what these do.
Is tornado out there, 500,000
And I think that probably the tornado.
No.
Next year,
No.
see, it was,
yeah.
it'll be next year's. So that's what you're looking at. We're actually gonna take less out of fund balance next But the problem is if we say here, if we end up at 400, at 4 million, and 4 million, that's 8. So. But again, we could have some increase in revenues next year, or we could have decreases, because this year we're fortunate that we had increases in interest on our CDs. That made us $600,000 or $700,000. But we gotta have some numbers for planning. And
That's the deal. You do it third year in a row, it's trouble time. Which we're headed there without a big cut on budget or big taxes coming in.
I mean, and we had, I'm gonna misquote this number.
Yep.
I mean, it's a, I'm gonna misquote this, but I think it was 200 billion that we started with. And you divide that by 100, and it's 20 million, which sounds like a lot of new bills, but then you multiply that times 30 cents, and we generated $600,000.
Yeah, how much?
That's on new bills. So, and then what may happen if appraised values come in high, it may drive our tax rate down in the high 20s.
I'm leaving that for last.
Okay, but you got a clue. You got you a clue. But that's what these numbers, I mean, in reality, $380,000 is a lot of money. But when we're talking about subtracting it 3 and 4 million a year, now,
What was the 380? Oh, you're talking about tax rate. I mean the raises.
yeah, if you got raises. Now, here's why I'm on all these, all the elected officials and department heads that requested special raises. I'm not on board.
Look at it the way we did, what we had with insurance and that's 6% right there.
They got a raise, what you're saying, right? Yeah, of course, they don't recognize it, but they got it, yeah.
Some of them do.
I don't.
Not everybody, no.
And
Lump
again,
them all together.
we ain't making everybody happy, we just can't do it.
What's one penny generate?
What's a penny gonna generate? We're gonna need the mathematician to handle that for us, but I think it's gonna generate about 500,000. Might be a little over that. But like I said, the problem's gonna be is that the appraised values have come in so much, it may force us down to 28, 29 cents. We ain't got no choice.
Oh, if this is right,
Okay.
3% is costing us $564, $547.
So you put Benny's back in it. Is that why it jumped from 380 to 564? 564 what, Shelley?
547, 564, 547. The tax rate came in at,
You know we appreciate this. We know you're a shuffler.
yeah, you know what?
You could be a dealer at the casino the way you shuffle. Thank you.
The no new revenue rate came in at .2988.
See, we went below 30 cents.
And the
What's the VAR?
voter approval rate with the incremental rate, with the unused incremental is .3155.
Unused incremental. Guys, I'm gonna jump out there. Well, this is actually a line item budget though we had to vote on, isn't it? The tax rate today.
You have to propose a
We have to
tax rate.
propose a tax rate.
But you have to do the budget first. You have to propose the budget first and then propose
Yeah.
the tax rate.
Okay. I mean, we're not there yet, but guys, I think we got to go with the voter approval rate with the unused increments at 31.55. We can't go along at no new revenues anymore.
Over with.
Yeah.
I've been saying that since,
I mean,
last year.
I've been a huge advocate of no new revenue and voted no new revenues for years and years. But I will bet you, Shelley, do you know? Yeah, I bet you do. Do you know what that generates?
$634,000, a penny, 634,000.
Per penny, okay.
Okay, that's per penny. But do we know how many millions of dollars it's going to generate?
The difference between no new revenue and voter approval rate is $1,098,972.
$1,098,000.
$972.
I don't know if I got my zeros in the right spots or not, but
1,098,972.
okay. So that's
And what is that
that's
number?
new bills and
That's the difference between,
Yes.
that's the whole enchilada.
That's the whole
Guys, that is what we're going to increase. So anything over 1,098,972 is coming out of savings. Any increase over that's coming out of savings.
Okay.
yeah,
So the voter approval rate without the unused increment rate is,
well, Gary, that's true except for one thing. Without any further cuts in other parts of the budget.
No, regardless of what we plan to cut.
What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is if we cut enough out of this proposed budget right here, see what I'm saying?
Well, but Judge, what I said was anything that
Over,
proposed, in other
Right.
words, so I could start whacking at this and say right quick, 300,000 for insurance, okay? 500,000 for FEMA, that's 800,000. And we ain't even talked about, you're saying don't put the FEMA money in there, but
well, if they get it done before 9:30, then we won't have,
Yeah.
nothing will roll over.
But in other words, we've talked about several things that have been substantial. You know, you could take then, that would fund insurance. If we funded the raises at $564,000, you got $200,000 that you could spend in increases before you start coming out of savings. I think that's a true statement.
that's
I think that's
where
it.
I'm getting at.
Yeah, yeah. But I don't know, right now, I haven't heard us, I don't think we've had a whole lot of real opportunity to cut,
Well,
you know.
The voter approval rate without the unused increment is .3078. So the
Oh.
unused is .0077.
It doesn't make any sense not to take that, does it?
And they are now calling it foregone revenue.
You can save me all the nomenclature. I can't keep up what I got. You just tell me what the numbers
Because
are.
they're
Yeah.
changing it.
Yeah. Well, and they're trying to get it where we don't have it.
Correct.
Yeah. But, so, like I said, no new revenue is under 30 cents.
So the rate this year is .3248.
What?
you
The
say
current rate. 3248.
And if we take it all the way and get our 3155, is that still less than a penny? Still less than a penny,
Yep.
you know, and it,
We can't even,
you can't make a penny.
well, no.
3, 9.93, what?
3.3.
3248 minus 3155 is 0.93. So, all we gotta do is come up with a proposed budget, guys.
Yeah, there's the numbers I'm always waiting on right there.
So there you go.
So the unused credits,
That's so confusing, we don't even want to ask, Jason.
well, I was just thinking, is there a 30-second Cliff Notes answer on that?
It's part of a 72-page formula.
Is there a 30-second Cliff Notes answer on unused credits?
The spread used to be 8%. You couldn't,
It creeps up to 8% revenues.
right. And so since they've crunched it down so low, they were giving 3% and letting you stack it. Like you don't need it this year, but you need it next year. Well, now they've taken that away and they're,
So if you don't use it this year, you're subject not to get it up.
that's why they're calling it foregone revenue. So if you don't use it this year, this is the revenue you're losing this year.
It just goes away.
Yeah, they're
Just
taking that
evaporates
away.
in thin
Okay,
air.
so that's exactly what I thought it was.
Yeah.
So use it or lose it.
So you used to have the effective rate and the, help me,
Oh, effective?
and, see?
Oh,
What was that
effective
called?
rate and then,
Rollback rate.
Rollback rate.
Rollback rate.
Yes.
Rollback, that's
All-
right.
So
All
if
the years that we went no new revenue or the prior,
1 year we went less than
Yeah.
effective.
Back in the good old days.
what did no new revenue used to be the
Effective rate.
effective rate? All the years we went effective rate, we should have been bumping it a penny or a penny and a half just because if we'd have known the 3.5% revenue cap was coming.
If our crystal ball was that shiny,
If our
you'd be
crystal ball was
wealthy.
that shiny, we should have been bumping it every year
We should be something other
to
than
get ahead
commissioners.
of this curve. But instead,
Well, when I first started 20 years ago, we went up to rollback rate every year.
Every year. And that's, if we hadn't have done that, we wouldn't be where we are today.
Yeah, when I started, our fund balance was like $7 million.
And see,
And we're headed that way now.
and what we've learned about this fund balance is it's crucial to have, even if it's 17, 18 million, when we got a $24 million budget, that's 3 months worth of operating expense, 9 months worth of operating expense. Right?
I wonder what the chances of going to the legislature and having them get off that 3.5% are.
Yeah, they're gonna try to cut it more.
They need to stay out of our
They
budget.
cut it from 8 to 3.5.
And I tell you what, Jim Goldsworthy told me right when they were doing it, he goes, it's gonna
Tight your hands up.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt the counties and cities that do a good job and are responsible.
Absolutely,
It's
absolutely.
gonna hurt them bad, and he's right.
Yeah.
We didn't raise our taxes for so long, and now we can't get ahead of the inflation curve or the things that we need to raise to operate our budget. We can't get ahead of that curve.
That's exactly right. If people were used to a tax raise every year, it's just, that's what's it gonna be this year, what's it gonna be this year, as opposed to no new taxes or, boy, you guys are really doing a great job.
Well,
Exactly
but it's not
right.
even that. We can't even raise it up enough to really make a dent in it.
Look, this is simple math. When you got a 3.5% revenue cap and you got 8% inflation, it cost us $2.4 million out of our budget last year of buying power. I mean, when the inflation rate is twice what you're allowed to increase, but how do you go convince your state legislators? But anyway, we diverse.
Sorry.
We need
That was
to,
my
no. The number we wanted to hear, she held out on us there for a while, but we finally drug it out of her,
Shelby, what is what is the schedule again? If we don't pass the proposed budget today,
You have till the 16th.
right, but when do we have to come back? We'll have to come back 72 hours after.
No.
We don't have to do that?
Once
I mean,
you.
to schedule another court.
No. Once
Okay.
you have submitted your proposed budget,
Right.
then you're supposed to send each department their budget, and then if they have a grievance for salaries only for the electeds, then they can file a grievance, and then you have to get a grievance committee. And then you have to post the notice to hold a public hearing for the budget and the tax rate.
Okay.
If you're not going above no new revenue, if you're going
Right.
above no new revenue, then you have to have a public hearing.
So Gary just thought he was gonna get away with not having to come back to,
Well,
No,
I ain't
you
gonna
don't
be
have to
here.
do this week.
Yeah, I ain't gonna
Do
be
I?
here.
You don't have to do, you don't have to, if we get this done today, you don't have to do anything else. this
Right.
week.
All right, so basically, we need to do our initial tax rate needs to be the.
No, we can't do it. We
You
gotta do
gotta-
budget
I guess my
first.
question
Okay,
was, if
okay.
we don't get it done today,
We gotta get it done today.
well, yeah.
Adam ain't gonna be here and I ain't gonna be here.
Oh, yeah,
And you have to have 4 people to propose a tax rate.
right.
Well, I'm gonna be the devil, but I can tell you right now, we can't do raises.
Can't do what?
Can't do raises unless y'all are comfortable taking that much more out of fund balance. We're giving them a raise with the insurance, you know, and then this year's just not a good year. I've said it the last 2 years, but we've done it, you know. If we go 3 years, that's $1 million.
Our proposed budget is just a basic vote, right? It's not a super majority.
You have to at least propose a budget. You can make changes until the public hearing and you adopt it. You can make changes to it.
So we got everybody approved to go to a vote?
Are we missing any departments?
Any departments that we haven't touched or approved?
I'm sure concerned that we have, guys, but I'm,
I don't know, I mean, other than the big ones. Y'all got through everybody else last week.
what do you call them, big
Where'd
ones?
Rick go?
Non-departmental and stuff.
Rick, IT,
We done those today, right? You went through your list on them
Yeah.
today.
Where did,
I guess he left.
do you remember, did he have any changes? I don't remember if he did from any of our,
No, because I
didn't
put
seem
everything
like
in.
he did.
As a matter of fact, the budget probably will be less because I got their budget in at 400,000 for whatever the sheet was when it doesn't really need to be done.
And the sheriff's had a chance to weigh in on his in the jail, hadn't he?
Yeah, the only thing he's got hanging that we didn't already talk about was his dispatchers.
Okay.
How's everybody feel on that one?
Well, good question. Well, let me ask you this, that SB 22 money didn't cover?
No.
Not dispatchers, they're not law
Not
enforcement.
dispatch, okay.
They're not
Okay.
certified law enforcement.
And I think the
Gotcha.
intent is to go back and plead the case for them with the legislators.
Okay.
But it won't do any good for 25. This is our
Right,
first.
it's a 2-year deal, yeah, I'm with you.
And we haven't talked about any of my things, but I'm not gonna be a fly in the ointment right now.
What things are you talking about?
Well, the EA, the position, the TCOG 911 addressing.
That's already in the budget.
It's already in there? Okay.
And the last thing I think you said on the EA judge was kick it down a year, kick it down the road a year. That's the
Well,
last
that wasn't the only thing that I wanted to kick down the road a year. If you'll remember. And I haven't heard anything about that yet either, but I'm
Right now,
tired of being the whipping boy on that thing.
Well, that,
yeah, that's
that-
different money than EA.
I know, I
Yeah.
keep hearing different money.
I know that won't have anything,
But-
it's the public perception over it, but if somebody brings it up to you, you gotta tell them it's different money, it's already there.
But it's more than, it's more than public perception. It's still
What are we talking
moving
about?
5
Wants to
offices.
eliminate spending on prosperity money.
We don't even know what we're doing.
And in
It might
reality,
take us a year
It's
to
still
do it.
tax money.
Yeah.
But we earmarked some money, but we haven't spent any money.
But it's not money that we have to charge 31 cents.
I know,
on
but
taxes
if
to
we,
get.
if we said, okay.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
It's permanent improvement. It's part of the general fund tax rate.
if that
A
were put
penny
off
and a
a
half
year.
of the M and O rate.
I don't think we let the building sit vacant a year, guys.
But,
I think we let it
But
sit
the-
vacant until we sell it.
but the 1.5 million that we're budgeting for, we already have that in.
It's in fund balance, but it's tax money that's,
But it's already been,
It doesn't affect
budgeted.
this, it doesn't affect this year.
no.
That's what I'm saying.
Because it's already budgeted.
To fund this, not this $1 million, whatever it is, $23 million, we're not gonna have to
The budget's 30
use
million.
that $1.5 million, and we
For
can't
general
use
fund.
that million. What, 30, too many numbers.
Well, but the thing is, an EA.
I wasn't counting the road and bridge.
But the EA is perpetual number, until,
Oh, yeah.
and the remodeling stuff is.
I would absolutely love to do an EA. I would have absolutely loved to do an EA 5 years ago when it was first brought up to me, but it's a lot of money, and like you said, it's perpetual.
Well, but my point was, if we didn't do anything with prosperity, if we didn't rush into moving people over there, if we didn't do anything with that for a year, other than just what it takes to maintain it, who knows, we might get a fantastic offer on the thing, or somebody might decide to change their mind on it, who knows? And in the meantime, it's gonna just, I officed over there for 2 years. I remember it was always broke somehow or another, always requiring more and more money to fix. And if we're talking about moving money over there, it's gonna cost more and more money to move people over there.
But we will get rid of other buildings that cost money too, so it'll all come out, we'll be ahead of the game when we're done. But even if we sold it tomorrow, that money's going back into the
Exactly.
building fund.
Sure.
It can't be used for an EA.
Sure.
That's been my point all along.
Okay. And I finally believed that I said, okay, I could do a year moratorium on EA and one thing and another if we did a year moratorium on prosperity too.
But then there's still,
What that does is it postpones us a year from vacating these other buildings.
I don't have to vote.
No, I mean, we're just having a conversation,
but
it's
if
all good.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you feel better about getting rid of other junky buildings that Rick's having to maintain instead of?
No, I really wouldn't. I can only think of one that I'd rather get rid of, and that's the old jail.
Old jail.
Yeah, that old jail. That's the only one I can think of that we need to get rid of.
Well, we need to get out of the
Soon.
First State Bank or turn it into storage. But,
Well, that could maybe wait a year, who knows?
but,
That's still functional.
how about, we talked about
The roof is
maybe
the biggest thing on
giving
that.
Brandy the 5,000 and kicking it down the road a year.
Do what now?
We talked about giving Brandy the $5,000 stipend also and kicking it down the road a year.
I must have missed that one.
We, a couple of years ago, we gave Pam 5,000
Oh, I
for
got you.
helping
Yeah,
her.
yeah.
And then
I got you.
there was,
I got you.
and so we talked about giving Brandy another 5,000 to take care of those weekends and all those extra days that she's coming in, for instance, the time she's putting forth. So,
Well, I think the right thing to do would be to take care of that.
the 5,000 or the,
Yeah.
you don't do an EA and give her 5,000.
No. But I'm talking about just,
Get an EA next year.
Do what now?
5,000 go away,
Yeah.
get an EA next year.
Well,
That's
Hers
what
and
I'm saying.
Pam's, hers and Pam's, absolutely.
That's what I'm saying.
But I think we kick it down the road and hope we get more growth next year and some help paying the bills.
Well, and I'll repeat what I said, the year moratorium on EA and well, at one time it was volunteer fire department communications, it was position raises, it was, and a few other things that kind of needed a little help too. And I said, okay, if we took a year's moratorium on those things, it would only be fair to do a year's moratorium on the prosperity.
But we
There's a lot
did go
can
ahead,
change in a year.
but we did go ahead and deal with some of those things you're talking about. We're moving toward better stuff with the fire departments. What was one of your others? We moved toward improving the fire departments.
Well, the TCOG 911.
Okay, that one's taken care of.
Okay, so we did move toward a couple of those things, and we moved toward the volunteer fire departments. We didn't fix them.
Absolutely, but
Okay. Whereas, I know you know what I'm saying here. It's going to cost money to keep to move people into the prosperity building. Period. And if we rush into that, rather than maybe spend a year before we do that.
I'm not ignoring you.
I know,
I'm paying
I know.
attention.
But we'd at least save that, the FY '25 money that we would spend moving people over there. And Rick could give us a better idea of what.
I personally would split the difference with you and say we occupy the first floor and maybe even the basement and hold off on the top floor as far as spending money. You know,
Well,
that's because that lets us move DPS and 4-H, which then lets us move adult probation if we wanted to. Again, not a done deal, but we're vacating some buildings, which is a long-term goal. But I can't. I hate to try to leverage a deal like that over an EA, which is going to cost us money for a long time.
no, I've already said, EA, that's wait a year. Okay, that doesn't make me popular with
And
Pam
and give Brandy the
but
5,000. So yeah,
just what Matt said just now.
what
I don't have a problem with that, and that's what I basically said, just
Okay.
make it fair between the two of them, and forget about an EA for a year, or some of the other things that we, well,
But
we're
it's-
talking about doing away with the raise, that's one of the things that you know, I'd rather have than the prosperity building personally, but
It's
that's
not
just me.
It's not gonna cost us very much to, you're talking about the physically moving the offices over there, like the labor and stuff?
Now, I'm talking about making it habitable for 5 different offices
I
over
can't-
there.
I can't go into that with you again, Judge. That
I know
money
you
will
can't.
come out of the
That's why I
permanent
said.
improvements, and that
I'm
money
not
is
gonna get
already
my
in the
way.
bank.
I'm not gonna get, well,
but
but
we
you maintain
found
it
some
won't cost us anything to start moving people over there.
It is going to cost us, but that money we should recognize pretty quick if we get out of them in $3,000 a month electricity bills. Again, we need to move a little bit here. Are you good with postponing EA for a year and giving Brandy the 5,000? Are you comfortable with that decision?
Oh, that decision,
Okay, we all agree on that?
that's fine.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
not, well, never mind.
Next one, Judge.
That's fine.
Next one. That you want to fund, that you do want to fund.
Well, let's, when we tell people that they're not getting their raises this year because we're moving into the Prosperity Bank, I know, don't do that.
Judge, it doesn't have anything to do with that. Be sure and remind them that
You're
the
not living in the
insurance
real
went up.
world either if you think it's not gonna cost us anything to move over there.
But what is real is we can't take capital improvement money
I'm not
and
talking
make a
about
raise
capital
out of it.
improvement money.
Well, that's what Prosperity Bank money is, Judge. I mean, in other words, if we move over there, it would come out of capital improvement, or any improvements we make to it would come out of capital improvement. We can't take that money and go fund raises. Is that not correct, Shelley?
I understand that.
Okay.
That's correct.
All right.
I understand that.
Okay.
I really do understand that. You guys don't think I do for some reason. But you tell me if we fill that place up with people over there, if all of a sudden we don't start spending twice as much on air conditioning, if we don't start spending,
I think it'll go down, because you got this building that's 3,000 a month, and this is 3,000. I don't know what this one is, but I don't think it's 6,000 a month.
I don't think it's better insulated and all that
So if it's
stuff.
4,000, we save 2,000, that's $24,000.
And then we'll sell these buildings and put some money back in the capital improvement line for another project some other day.
okay.
Or possibly, you know, I know that a long-term goal is to buy the Bellevue. If we could sell the First Bank and this one.
Losing, I'm not.
No, I think we
Jason-
could get there, Judge.
Jason very succinctly pointed out that I don't have the votes to do that, so.
Okay,
let's
all right.
leave it at that.
Okay, so if we follow that logic, are we gonna move on through the budget? I mean, don't we need to? I mean-
Well, if I vote against it, I don't think it's gonna fail.
Well, but I'm talking about the overall budget. I'm talking about the overall
Yeah,
budget.
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, all right.
If I vote against the overall budget, I don't think, from what I'm hearing,
I
that
mean,
it's that I think we'll still pass the proposed budget.
okay, well, the thing is, each
One
one of
way to
us might
find
have
out.
each one of us may have a total different rub that we're not gonna vote for the budget, and
I
we
know,
might
but
not
there's
have a
one way to
budget.
find out if it's gonna work or not.
Yeah, okay. All right, moving right along. What do we, Shelley, what do we need to, what are we looking at next? You don't think that we didn't iron out raises.
If y'all want to put them in there, you can. I hate it. It makes me sick to my stomach to think about it. But how can we sit here and make a good business decision when we're pulling that much money out of savings to fund the budget? That's my
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
Just that we already have a very difficult time. You know, two applicants, and a lot of applicants that don't show up for interviews. So I'd like you to consider some kind of increase for the employees, you know, creating.
I can't hear you.
You're gonna have to relocate.
Just stating that we do have a very difficult time recruiting for all positions, sheriff's office, EMS, clerical. We have a lot of interviews we schedule that applicants do not show up for. We have a difficult time recruiting for even part-time positions. The insurance is a wonderful thing. I agree. It's a great benefit for the employees. But you will have those that will lose income due to the increased independent insurance. So just speaking on behalf of the employees, if you would consider some type of increase.
I understand
That's
all
all.
those things. We also need to look at, probably looking at all positions instead of just a across-the-board raise. We might need to adjust positions and take our time doing it.
Oh, at
To
some
be
point in
more-
time, there needs to be studies done, and there needs to be a step program, and stuff of that nature. It's-
You know, we might need to go in the future, like, hey, you get this much raise for your department if you want to give it out equally, or if you want to give it to more merit, or what. I mean, I hate it, and I'm sure every employee sitting at their desk not working right now watching me, but, you know, it's facts. We're pulling out of savings to fund the budget.
Well,
If you did that, that would require an annual evaluation, and it's
merit-based raises.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So then you got the departments that'll give them all equally, and so they don't have to.
but at least
all
they
that's
accept
been spoke to
responsibility if they do
before.
it that way versus pass it off on the court.
And then to do a step raise study, you'd have to hire a company, and I don't know how much that is.
Last time I checked, it was about $30,000.
Once again, I'm in the wrong business.
But at some point, we go spend the 30,000. It's tough to do a comparison with other counties our size if you don't look at their tax rates and what the real job descriptions are and stuff of that nature. But it could cost us, if we go do this, if we're way off. But we may not be as far off as we think we are, if they will look at the total benefit package and not just the hourly wage.
Well, I mean, and they do that.
I mean, they compare benefits and
And they look
insurance.
at groups of employees, clerks,
Yeah.
law enforcement, road, whatever, you know.
And something I would take a,
But then you also have to have the electeds that will hire in at step 1 instead of step 10 with the person that just left.
well, and something we need to look at is if there's a vacant position, if there's a vacancy comes up, we need to bring it back to court to approve each time, because we could take care of some of this through attrition. But if we got somebody that's making $40,000 and they leave, and that elected official wants to immediately bring them back in at 40,000 instead of making some corrections and take it back to 32, we need Elizabeth to let us know, hey, one, there's an opening, here's what it used to pay, here's what it needs to pay at entry level.
Well, and we try to, if they have an employee leave that's long-term and they've been paid out sick and or not sick, vacation and comp time or whatever, and we try to make them hold off on hiring a new one until the budget has caught up with paying out the vacation and the comp time, but anymore, we can't, well, you can't find anybody, you can't hire anybody.
But we've talked about anomalies, but that's how you have to start correcting them.
No, I'm looking at 6 and 7 interviews on. Two of them showed up for the interview, but they seemed to pay. I mean, you know, you take a chunk off the top, right off the bat. These younger people ain't do it. I've had 3 of them that didn't even show up.
But I mean, what do we do? You know, you go raise, and let's stick to what we know, road and bridge, you gonna go raise them $2, and or do we get any more
I'm just saying,
applicants?
when they go down the road here and get it, go over to TxDOT. I'm losing one month away from TxDOT here at the end of this week.
I lost one that went to TxDOT, stayed 3 days and came back.
Does the state do mandatory retirement?
I think so.
And what?
I don't know what all it is.
Lot-
Getting
But we don't know
a
the
raise.
percentages now.
But
I don't know exactly what he's gonna be doing.
I think a lot of times we don't get to sell our package, you know, as to how good our package really is. And of course, now, young people right now, and you can't help this, they're more worried about today's dollar. They don't see retirement out there.
That's what I was gonna say. It's hard to sell it to people because they don't take as much home on Friday.
But, I mean,
By God, down the road, they made way more money this year than anywhere else. We put it all together.
but where do you, when is enough enough? I mean, and when do we say, well, we're short-staffed and it's gonna be 5 more minutes in line waiting? I mean, that's one thing Cooke County does. You show up here to any of these offices, you're taken care of considerably quicker than you are in the surrounding counties. I think I can say that with some confidence. So,
I don't want any employees to think that I don't think that we have a competitive or a wage problem. That's not it, but we have to move.
again,
All the crap rolls uphill to this desk right here, and we're the ones who gotta pay the bills.
well, and I've said it, and I'm not trying to put drama and hope it never happens, but if you can continue to deplete savings, at some point you've got to cut $5 million worth of something, and that's people.
Yeah,
I mean, that is just flat people.
You're to the point where you're payroll heavy and
Yeah. I mean, and something we ought to look at, with the exception of the library, is cutting all the part-times. The library operates on part-times for the most part, but these part-time clerks, we need to take a hard look at cutting them. That may just be $100,000, but it's still $100,000.
It's been done before.
We cut full-time before, Judge.
Do what?
We cut full-time before.
well, we can look
My
at
first
part-time
year,
too.
my first year in this position right here, we got 3.
I know we cut, but
Peterbilt's about to lay off a whole whole bunch more too.
That's right.
They've already laid off one round, they're coming again.
I mean, we can say we can't hire people and we can't fill positions at this rate, but we give raises and not have positions to fill. I mean, it cuts both ways.
Well, if we pull that penny or 2 pennies back out of road and bridge and put it back in the general fund.
There was a penny that we put when I
Two of
first
them,
one here.
1 and 15, and then later on, I did another one.
Well, if
It
we're
used to
gonna,
be 10 when I got here, now it's 12 and a half.
if we were be good stewards of that money in general,
Do what?
if we were to be good stewards of that money in general, I could see that. But right now, you know, what I hear, which we all hear, is our roads aren't good enough. You know, and y'all are cutting your revenues so that you can fund admin.
I was gonna say, if rock didn't cost
We've been
double.
talking about our fund balance shrinking every year, well.
Well, that's just your general fund.
Yeah, general fund, that's general
just general
funds.
fund.
Yeah,
Or robbing Peter to pay Paul.
yeah.
With any of those.
I mean, we could, I mean.
We just talked the M&O rate, which is general fund.
Yeah.
And whenever I explain to people, like on the road and bridge tax, you know, we only charge such and such, and by law, we can charge 15 cents, but I said, we
No,
don't have enough.
12 and a half, so we're maxed out right now. We couldn't charge another penny
No,
if
you can charge
we need to change.
it's always been done.
Can we go up to 15 even though it would bang our,
Tax rate, no.
We would take it from general. we'd
oh,
take
okay.
it from M&O.
Well, it wouldn't, it wouldn't work,
Yeah.
but when, you know, 15 cents is the maximum, but even if we charge 15 cents, it wouldn't, we don't generate enough. off
Well,
those
what you do,
pennies
you
to make a
generate,
difference.
yeah, but you still can't increase it. In other words, we take that 31.55 and say 20 cents of it's general M&O and 11 cents of it, 12 cents road and bridge. You just would shift it.
Well, right.
Same
Well,
amount of
I
revenues
always
coming
tell,
in.
I explain to people, and they're like, well, I don't mind, I would pay that for that. I'm like, but not everybody in the county would.
Yeah, I mean, right now, we catch about as much flack over road and bridge as we do. I mean, I catch more flack over that than I do somebody saying, hey, I'm having to wait in line at the courthouse for something. But, yeah, we've raised it 2.5 cents. Now, you know, we're subject to criticism if we're putting it in equipment instead of roads. Because a lot of folks don't get it, but we actually have to have the equipment to be more efficient in doing roads. But we're subject to that criticism. And we need to be able to defend it, so.
And rock was $6 a ton.
Hear what you're saying?
So what do,
Gary, hear what you're saying?
so for me to hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What are you thinking? I'm not reading your mail there, Judge, what do you?
Huh?
Do you have a number for proposed budget?
Well, I did a 3, and you do none, 1, 2, you do whatever, I don't.
I mean, this is just proposed, we can always go back and take it out, right?
Yeah.
Or we can not have it in there and put it in, right?
You can add it.
You can add it. So, assuming we approved everything like it is, have you got a, because we made changes, it'll take you some
I got
time on it.
enough because of Daryl's budget being weird. Like, I got over 200,000 extra in his budget.
That's nearly the raises.
Yeah.
Not that I want to do this, but I have a question. The voter rate, what was the,
Voter approval
so
rate.
anything above that? But even, you can't even vote on it if it goes above the 3.5, right?
No, you can vote on it, but then you gotta send it to the voter and
Right.
then they gotta
You
vote.
can't-
it was
you
just
can't
a
go up-
question.
You
I
can't go above voter approval unless you want to have an election.
Okay.
But he can
But if we
propose
wanted to
it.
go to
Yes.
$1, we could vote on it.
Well, because if you do it out. Because this only goes out 4 places, so if you go out more places, if you went above that, then you have to have an election.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to feel comfortable, you can go 3154, but I mean, you're okay with where it's at.
It was just a curiosity question, not that we would do that. But what I was asking is if we wanted to make it $1, we could send it out for a vote.
Yeah, you have to get it on the ballot.
I mean, we all get
And then
assassinated.
if they vote it down, then you go to the no new
Last
revenue
year's.
rate. This
Right.
year's no new revenue.
This
rate.
year's no deal, yeah. But it's the same budget you had last year, right?
No, just,
But we'd have to start cutting some stuff to
it's
fund it.
just the rate.
Yeah.
Well, for time's sake, since I need to be out of here by 4, I really need to be out of here by 3:30, but I'm not leaving then. Can we, what do we need to do right now on the budget to get us something that we're comfortable with for now, that we can come back in and adjust?
What, all right.
You have to
'Cause I feel like we've
propose a budget.
Okay.
Yeah, just a proposed budget for now, come back and hit it later. Like Gary said, I think our initial tax rate.
Separate line item.
Oh, we got to do one or the other. Sorry.
Now, we've
Trying
said,
to move fast.
we've talked about
You
raises
never
and
asked
all.
me how much the new value was.
I thought we,
You told us what it was gonna generate.
No, I didn't.
It was the difference in 600, oops, no.
$6.34 per penny,
Yeah,
and then.
That's the difference between the tax rate of no new revenue and voter approval rate. You didn't ask me what the new value brought in.
I thought anything over
New bill,
1,098 million.
no, that's what new bills and, that's what we're generating in revenues with new bills and the increase in appraised values. All right.
New bills is bringing in 752,000.
I'm sorry,
752,000.
702, and
752,000, that's it.
it'd be good enough for a raise, we'd have all that other stuff in
But your difference
there.
between no new revenue and voter approval is $1,098,000.
So your new appraisal's just-
752 of that is new.
Okay, now I see what you're saying.
So you only are gaining 300,000.
On increase in appraised values.
Right.
So is that just for the general fund?
No, that's all funds. General fund's 418,000.
I think one
That's not
year-
very much money this year, is it?
But last year it was 1.1, that's all it was last
I
year.
think one year they had a raise for everyone except for the elected officials.
We did that one
Something like
year.
that.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think one year the elected officials went without a raise.
Oh, didn't
Yeah, I think we did.
I believe so.
But now, what we did one year, instead of giving a percentage raise, we gave them a one-time payment of $1,400.
But one year electeds got 7 and employees got 5. So y'all made
That's
it
true.
up.
Yeah, but one time we done that, it was just, was that that was a perpetual number. It just bumped up, instead of 3%, we gave them 1,400 each. And so then it wasn't a percentage
That was
raise.
based on the lowest paid employee in the library. That was 30 cents or something of the lowest paid employee in the library that one year.
That's how we got it, the number, 1,400. Of course, they'd probably appreciate 1,400 more than nothing.
Don't let that comment get out, please.
Oh, you don't think they'd be satisfied with 1,400 over
No,
nothing?
The comment's what I was talking about.
Well, everybody's listening, John.
I know.
What'd I say?
I said, well, they might appreciate 1,400 more, if revenue, no raise at all.
FY11 electeds didn't get a raise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's a true statement. I believe they'd rather have that than nothing, and I'd repeat it, but, because I think that's just common sense. We heard the sheriff's plea for his dispatchers, and I've sat here and talked about, hey, people have to wait in line 5 minutes instead of 30 minutes in Cooke County. You equate that to a 911 call, and that might be the difference in somebody living and dying. So, do we want to consider the increase at all?
If we do, then we're locked in on the 6% you give using that grant money. We're locked in on it.
It's perpetual.
That 6% would be,
Yes.
yeah.
That's not a grant, that's perpetual.
sure can.
House Bill 22?
No, she said
No.
if we just go and
If you
give
go
them
with the
6%,
dispatchers.
that's perpetual.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes, that's what.
They didn't
Then
get any
if
of
we
those.
give the dispatch that 6%, this grant goes away, I mean, we're gonna be locked in to give that 6% to them automatically. Even though we've been saying we're not gonna fund it when it goes away, right?
They'll
Well, but
definitely ask.
that would be a correction for dispatch to say they're just absolutely underpaid.
Not even a,
Say that again.
That would just be a correction to say they get a 6% increase because they are absolutely underpaid for the work they do answering the 911 and stuff of that nature and handling the trauma and the medical situations and suicide calls, and that's what that would be. No, okay.
Just saying, when we do that, we're gonna be, but House Bill goes away.
Well, what's going to happen? The House bill goes away. Everybody other than the dispatchers is going to lose 6% or whatever that. Yep, 6%. Everybody's going to lose 6% except them, and they're going to be sitting there. Maybe what market value for a dispatcher is, I don't know. I don't know what that number is. Okay. All right. Do we want to look at doing away with part-times? Oh, do we want to look at doing away with all part-times except library?
who would that be?
That'd be clerks. What, I think Brandy has one, Pam has one, and Marcy has one, right?
What would that even save us, though? I mean,
It's gonna save you 130 or 40,000 a year, I'm guessing. Not that much. No,
I don't
she
want to
said-
do a decision like that on a knee jerk,
Yeah.
not on him.
And
but I would look at it for sure.
so leave it in the budget for now.
We get a number on it, and I mean, I had thought about. I mean,
And some of it,
I really don't want to think about messing with people's pay at all unless it's just raise it.
well, and like I said, the only one there, my concern is on, because we talked about records preservation, we're spending $309,000 on it for somebody else to do it, and then we add another, whatever the cost of the part-time is, to have it done up here. So how much do you want to spend on records preservation?
Could be that we spend too much, but there's something to look at. It's not,
Yeah, I mean, that one's just the one that would jump out and hit me the most. But, I mean, at some point, we can take
You got
smaller cuts.
902,000 in sheriff's office vehicles.
We're gonna get them all?
Huh?
You're not gonna get them all?
Well,
you can tell by it.
this year's, he's not gonna get till next year, and then he's gonna order next year, so add them together.
How's that tie into payroll?
Well,
The
that's
verdict?
part of M&O, but still.
Okay, I'm done. What we doing?
Like I said, there's only one way to proceed.
as long as we've covered every department, we can make it our preliminary budget and then go back and comb through it one last time and approve it.
Well, what's gonna be interesting is when we do that preliminary budget and Shelley throws the tax rate on it, that's when we're gonna know how much we're gonna have to deplete savings.
Well, you already got,
4.5,
yeah,
that's with the raise. Yeah.
yeah, and just reduce it down to 5,098,000 if you don't do a raise. Right now. Gotta clean up IT's budget.
But you've got insurance, you've got retirement,
That's all in it.
all that's in there. So, in other words, what you're looking at is with her numbers, with the 3% increase, This number right here,
Less than this year's budget.
you're gonna, well, but the whole thing, my concern is if we actually do this year's at 5.7 and then next year's at 4.5, if we actually really spend them both, you're looking at 10 million two or something.
Yeah, in 22, I think to balance the budget was $9 million, and we only actually decreased 1.2, I think.
But which one, that wasn't the year we got increased revenues off of increased interest, was it?
And I know that we can't count on it every year, but where's the money that's been coming in on the jail? But we haven't.
That's budgeted.
It's budgeted.
He's got it earmarked for something.
No, it's just budgeted.
Well, but I mean, it's paying.
Just in revenue, so it's covering the whole budget.
Yeah.
And the FEMA money and,
That's
in
budgeted.
this year.
That's budgeted
Yeah,
this
that's
year.
in this year.
So we're subject to
So,
reduce.
but how does that, what does that look? Next year, didn't that kind of look like a $500,000 increase next year since it came out of this year's? Let's say, in obtuse thinking here, let's say we don't have a tornado next year. All of a sudden, we have $500,000 more than we did this year that we spent
No.
on.
No, because we're paying for that out of savings,
No,
John.
because we're paying, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's.
I know exactly what
tried.
you're trying to say, but it's not.
Yes, but it won't be an increase in revenues. Because we're paying for it out of savings, and we're not funding it out of tax rate. What are you gonna do? Look at it till 4 o'clock?
No, I mean, as long as all the departments are covered, I mean.
We don't have a
know how to
number
make
because
them.
Shelley hadn't had an opportunity, but
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't have a.
I mean, you can propose a tax rate, propose a budget with no increase or with an increase. Without giving a dollar amount, then I can go I already have it with no increase.
but you still got to tweak it a little bit.
Yeah, I gotta tweak it a little
With no
from what we
increase,
did today.
Are you interested in the flat?
With no increase or increase, I don't understand what you're saying.
So I have the budget in with updated health insurance and retirement and all the changes y'all made. So that's a dollar amount. Or I have it in at 3%.
With the same changes?
Yeah, with the same changes, updated insurance and retirement.
At 3%, what, sorry.
I think it was, what did I tell you, 506?
546 time you got done with meetings.
And that'll come down 200,000 because the IT's budget's goofy.
Yeah.
But
the cost of the raise won't go down any. It's still going to be $546,000.
that's the difference between no and 3. So if I lower both,
It's not this number. Because we tweaked it from this number. I don't know how to make the motion.
What? It's real simple. You make a motion to accept the changes with or without 3%. With or without a raise.
to propose a budget with no increase or
With 3% or with a $1,000 flat rate or, $1,200 flat rate, be $100 a month. Might help some folks with insurance, but that way it's not a percentage raise.
Well, okay. Before I make a motion, when are we going to come in and finalize it?
You got a month.
We got
That
a
buys
month.
us a
Okay,
month,
okay.
doesn't it, Shelley?
I don't want to wait till the last daggum minute though, but we can talk about that after this. I'll make a motion that we approve the preliminary. We I make a motion that we propose the budget with these numbers with the increase and a 3% raise on it.
Okay, so you're making a motion to approve a proposed budget with a 3% increase.
Yeah.
That's what it
And
needs to
then we
say.
can,
To propose a budget with a 3% increase. Technically, y'all aren't supposed to vote on a budget.
we
The
have
county
to
judge
propose a
The
budget.
county judge is supposed to present his proposed budget to the county clerk, and then y'all go from there.
So I don't say approve a proposed
You
budget.
know, you're
No,
just
whatever.
proposing a budget.
You're correct.
I
I'm
thought,
sorry.
okay, I thought
You're
we
correct.
still had to,
No, you're doing good.
okay.
Proposed budget with a 3% increase
And then we can,
and today's changes.
and then we can, yeah, with these today's changes, then we can come back and
Okay,
comb
so,
it one more time.
so we have a motion, Commissioner Snuggs, that has proposed a budget with a 3% increase. Is that right, Shelley?
Yes.
And today's changes.
And
Modification.
today's changes, yeah. Do I hear a second? Second, Commissioner Sickens. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Nay.
Good.
You voted no?
Now then we need a tax rate.
Well,
Budget passed, the proposed budget with 3% increase passed 4-1.
what's the agenda item? So next one.
Yeah, that's what,
We're on 19 now.
The fund balance between 22 and 23 dropped $1.199 million. I mean, the difference between what's budgeted and the revenue to balance the budget is what comes from fund balance. Not everything gets spent.
okay, what's that number that we're gonna have to deplete fund balance?
For this time,
It's not on the sheet. What
Yes,
you
it
just get
is.
1.99? What you
this is
just,
the difference between actual between 22 and 23. Fund balance reduced, dropped 1.199.
okay.
Even though on the sheet,
It looks
it
like
said
dropped.
between 22 and 23. Well, 23 said 5.7,
24 said 5.7.
24, so whatever, so I have to go get 23s, but, so 23 actually dropped 1.199. What are you looking for?
It's a sheet of paper right here. But 25, we won't know till you rerun the numbers, right?
Right. Well, it's probably gonna be close to that 4.7 that I gave,
4.5,
4.5. I thought it was 4.7.
4.7, 3.7.
All right, so we've got the, you just did the proposed budget.
Which was 19.
Yeah.
Now it's 20. Deliberate and consider possible action regarding the approval of the proposed tax rate.
That has to be a roll call vote.
Once we come up with it. I'm gonna make the motion, see if I find my notes, that we set the, you don't need the amount right now, you just need
No,
the,
just the rate.
well, but I'm gonna make the motion, we set the tax rate at the variable including unused increments. Do I name the
Voter
3155?
approval rate.
What'd I say?
These are variable.
I'm sorry, but VAR, variable, that's exactly what I meant.
Yeah, but it's voter approved.
Voter approval rate with the unused increment, and do we state the 3155?
Yes.
Okay, it, .3155.
3155, and you've made that motion.
Yes, sir.
All right, take that as your vote. Do I hear a second?
No.
What?
We gotta have a second on the motion, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Snuggs. Original motion was Commissioner Hallwell. Roll call vote. Do I hear
Each one has to vote.
That's what I'm saying. I was going to math. Oh, doesn't the motion and the second count as the vote?
No, roll call means each one votes separately.
Okay, well, I always thought the motion counted.
Oh, I've made the motion before and voted against something.
Really?
Absolutely. When people sitting there doing this and won't I'll make a motion.
Go ahead and let's get voting here.
Yeah. Aye.
Commissioner Hollowell votes aye. Commissioner Snuggs.
Aye.
Judge Roan says aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Art says aye. Aye. And Commissioner Sicking says aye. So it's unanimous, 5-0. Got everybody's name.
You did.
Yeah.
Good job.
Hey, how about 21? Oh, I'm sorry, did you need?
I didn't need the motion for 19. Did y'all make a motion or was it just no action?
No, they did.
Okay.
Proposed budget was a 3% in today's changes.
So that's not 18?
No, 18 was just all the changes in the discussion.
Right.
I see.
Okay, item number 21 was deliberate and consider possible action regarding setting the date for the public hearing for the FY25 final budget.
What's our last day, Shelley?
September 30.
Do we need to?
I wouldn't suggest you
Yeah.
hold it that date.
No, I know that.
How about, what are the court dates in
9th and 23rd.
9th and 23rd? Take your pick.
That's September, she said September the 3rd?
No,
No,
30th.
30th.
Oh, 30th.
30th.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would y'all be willing to talk about it on even have a budget at our next court?
Well, our next court is when?
Huh?
Well, we got one more in August?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Or you want to wait till September?
There's two ways we could do it. We could go ahead and have a discussion next court, or we could go ahead and set
It says you must. Following the vote, governing body must announce location, date, and time for one required public hearing.
And that's regards to what we done on the tax rate or anything else.
That's if you didn't vote for the no new revenue.
So if we set the date for the 23rd, for instance, we could agenda item budget discussion on the 9th.
You have to publish a notice at least 5 days before the hearing in the newspaper.
Right.
So,
So just be from court to court, we could discuss, and then 2 weeks later.
We have to set a public hearing, but we can also talk about it at another court before we even have the public hearing.
It could be an agenda item.
I just assume it'd be the agenda item at our next court, and then we can set the public hearing for the 23rd of September, whatever
Yeah.
that date was.
23rd of September, we could have a discussion next court, and we could have a discussion on the 9th, and then the final approval on the 23rd.
because you got 5 days, assuming our newspaper runs right, to get there. For right, Shelley, for a 5-day
At
notice.
least 5 days. It can be a week in advance, right?
Yes, it's as long as the notice is
can run it in the
5 days before.
We can run it the week prior to the 23rd of September, and then
Well, no, hang on. We got court on the 9th and the 23rd of September.
Right.
And when's it?
30th.
Okay, so if we didn't want to have court on the 30th, we could finalize on the 23rd, right?
I mean, y'all can finalize it in 5 days if we get a notice in the paper, but we can't get a notice that fast.
But I'm saying, okay, we've talked
But you
about it
don't
on the
want to wait
9th.
till 9:30 in case something
No, I'm saying do it on the 23rd and be done.
of August?
No, of September.
We've never gone that late, but yeah, sure, it can be
Oh, no, I don't, back up, do it on the 9th, I don't care.
Well, the only advantage would be Jason wanted to have a couple of discussions, or at least one discussion.
But see, we could discuss on 26th.
We could, or
And
we
then-
could discuss, well, we could discuss on our next court date, which is
26th.
the 26th, and on the 9th.
So it says, probably need to double check this, but Commissioners Court shall set the hearing for a date after the 15th day of the month following the month in which the budget was prepared.
That'd be
So it's gotta be
15th.
after September 15th.
So
After
it has to be
September, not before.
23rd then.
After the 15th day of the month
Month, okay.
following the month in which the
23rd.
budget was.
So it'll be the 23rd,
Yeah, and then we set it and be done with it, so we quit kicking it.
and we'll discuss it on the 9th and the 26th. If y'all wish to.
She'll have us some numbers, and
It says
we already have,
Commissioners Court, by the way.
she should have us some numbers, we'll
Yeah.
know. Because you'll know what the rate's gonna generate, you'll have some, sure enough, final
I
numbers
already
after
got
today.
that for you.
Okay. Yeah, I hadn't etched it and stuff. No, you don't, good, right?
You
Because
on
of today's
vacation?
changes.
They're right there. The revenue won't change.
Are you on vacation already?
Yeah. I need to be.
The expenses will, but the revenue won't change. I already got
Yeah,
that.
okay.
Okay.
You
I know.
Don't you guys think?
Are you
this is
cold?
funny down on this end? Yeah, aren't you
I'm
having a good
sweating.
time? Are we having fun yet?
Okay,
Oh, okay.
what's
So-
item number?
The, item number 21, deliberate and consider possible action regarding setting the date for the public hearing for the FY '25 final budget. And I'll make the motion that we do that on the 23rd of September.
And we can have the hearing and vote on it that day.
Yeah.
Yes.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Hollowell, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? There are none. Item 21 passes 5-0.
And we're gonna keep it on the next two agendas.
Yes.
As an item. Yep.
Absolutely. Okay, item 22, deliberate and consider possible action regarding the setting of the date for the public hearing for the proposed tax rate.
Do that on the, I make a motion that we do that on the
Same day.
20,
Same day?
to September
Yeah.
23rd.
Yeah.
The statute's been changed a little bit that it, no later than the 25th day after
Okay.
the day the budget is filed.
Oh, so
So-
we need to do it sooner than that.
Well,
Oh, the final
20.
budget?
yeah.
Okay.
No, the proposed budget.
So 25 days, that gets you there, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that probably puts you at September, that's gonna put
23rd.
you at,
Are you suggesting what you?
no, I'm not suggesting.
23rd ought to be right to do
Yeah.
them both.
Yeah.
I think
We
that's-
have to have the proposed budget in,
Right
Today.
now.
Today.
Today, that's done.
but so, but 25 days from today,
Right.
Would
it has
be-
the proposed tax rate.
No, the
That's-
proposed budget public hearing,
The budget public hearing.
no later than the 25th day after the day the budget is filed.
And then the 23rd of September is a lot longer than 25 days away from our proposed budget. Or you mean our final proposed budget for the
Yeah.
public hearing?
It goes from proposed to final, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
September 6th is 25 days.
So it has to be after that.
It has to be before that.
Yeah.
No
Doesn't make any
later.
sense.
I think September 9th is where it needs to be.
Okay, so that's still a court date, so.
September 9th is?
For the proposed tax rate?
So we're not even gonna have we're gonna do our final budget hearing
On the
on the
23rd of
23rd, and we're
September.
gonna set our tax rate on the 9th? That makes no sense.
No, you do them both at the same time.
But I thought, that's what I'm asking, is this proposed budget that is it action item today, 25 days from today?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I won't get it filed today, so.
So, but I understand that part, but the last day that it has to be filed is the 15th.
15th of August.
Okay, so 25 days from then, but that's what I'm saying, we're gonna have our tax rate set before we even finalize the budget on the 23rd.
No.
September.
If you do vote the final budget on September the 9th and the final tax rate on September the 9th, then you're finished.
So the 23rd went away.
Well, okay, we gotta go back.
Yeah,
Okay.
because what I was, it has, with the tax rate changes, they've changed.
So now then we gotta
Seen
do
dust on that road 70 years ago.
Let's stay on task so we can get out of here.
All right.
So now we're changing it to September the 9th.
Okay, so I need to change my motion. We're gonna do
Snippy.
our, I'm sorry, do our hearing on
September
September 9th for the preliminary budget, or the
Proposed tax
budget.
rate.
Well, for the
That,
proposed
that's
budget.
the budget.
Okay.
To have the hearing on the proposed budget
Can I do it the same motion?
On the 9th.
on the 9th.
And I'll second it. So just change your dates and you should be fine.
Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna do the
Budget on the 9th.
budget
We need a vote.
Public hearing on the proposed budget on September the 9th
9. Okay,
at 10 a.m., 101 South Dixon.
September 9.
That'll be in the notes.
Okay. And the final budget is
You vote that after the public hearing.
after the public hearing on the 9th.
Yes.
Okay.
Revote.
And that all, can that be all one motion?
No.
Okay.
We do.
So we have a motion and a second on the budget date,
Those are. who
the
did-
9th. Me and Gary, I proposed, or I motioned and Gary seconded.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none.
And now I also proposed the public
Proposed
hearing,
tax rate.
the public hearing for the proposed tax rate on September 9th.
Okay. Motion, Commissioner Snuggs.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Ard, September 9th for the public hearing on the proposed tax rate. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Matt asked something.
Was that an aye or a?
Sorry, Commissioner sticking me out
Kind of like a, to me. Okay, item number 23, executive session. I don't believe we're going to do that today, are we?
I got about 2 seconds worth.
Of executive, okay. You
No.
would, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I know it. No, I don't need it.
Thanks, Rick. Thanks, Elizabeth.
It's going to take me longer than that to get
at 4:08. And we're going to deliberate and consider possible action regarding consultation with attorney regarding proposed actions. No action at this time. Item number 25. Anybody interested?
Move the motion to adjourn.
Commissioner Arndt. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Hollowell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 4, and 1 absent.